It has never been in Enugu State.
Okay. Wow.
He has engine, he has the seats are brand new and everything, but he's not going to fly, sure.
Yeah.
Yes,
Where is he flying to?
I wonder. So then not just that, Kola Boy is doing his event this year.
Okay.
And it's happening on Sunday, 15th of this month at the stadium, the cathedral. You can imagine the kind of package Kola Boy is coming with. Then that same day at CIC Enugu, one of the renowned foundations in Enugu is doing their children's Christmas party. I attended last year's own and I'm attending this year's own. But actually, children's Christmas party is happening this year again on Sunday at CIC. Children are going to win scholarships. Like I said, I attended the last one and I had fun. We had fun and all that. Aside that one, Jerick is doing his own on 21st of this month.
Are we to expect roadblock?
I'm still coming to that. Jerick's son is on 21st.
Yeah.
You know, Jerick after Fino, Jerick is the next big thing.
Yeah.
Yes, and he's bringing a squad that we have not seen in Enugu, just like Kola Boy is doing. Then on 23rd, no, on 22nd, that same 21st, we have Mon and Ogene Festival here in Enugu. This one is packaged by the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. Shout out to the Commissioner, Demugochi Madueke.
Yeah.
Ogene and Mon Festival, first of its kind, because all the local government chairmen have been asked to mobilize their own Ogene and Mon. You know what Mon is?
Masquerade. Yeah.
When kind of Dama and all that.
Yeah.
You know? So they'll be coming to Okpara Square to exhibit their culture and everything. Then on 22nd, Kai Kamano Canal, now. Again, Frankie the World is coming.
Yeah.
Yes, and other gospel artist.
Yeah.
Just to give us fun, then I really Deutsch Kuneka because finally.
So those people that actually planning to travel and live in Enugu State, they are now doing the wrong thing.
No,
now.
They don't travel again because they are traveling because they didn't know these things were coming.
Yeah.
So then on 23rd proper, we have the roadblock. And this year's roadblock, Fino is coming. That's why they call it homecoming. Fino is coming, Zoro is coming. Of course, Jerick is already there. Kola Boy, Ugochi, Annie Dons, I'll be there too. Then we have the likes of, where are these comedians? And I forgot to tell you that the host for Jerick's show is Mr. Sabinus. So they are trying to bring that. Even Nedu Wazobia is from Enugu. He's coming too. You know, J-Ways, Roboy, Medicine Man. He's also coming.
Yeah.
So this one is happening on the 23rd. And it's also packaged by Enugu State Government through the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. So now tell me, Ijeko, why would you leave all this to travel out of Enugu? And then if you come to Enugu this period, you'll enjoy the serenity, the peace, the security and everything. You know, every leader has their own style. And Itamba has come with his own disruptive style. He calls it disruptive innovation. Some of our roads that hitherto were not really good or motorable, he actually destroyed them. Let me use that disruptive. Okay, he demolished them. And then the idea was to reconstruct them, to repackage them, overlay them, paint the curbs, and then give them signs that will help the motorists not to make mistakes. So, while driving. So what am I saying? Enugu is taking a shape that we have not experienced before. Now, that does not in any way mean that the past leaders did not do well. No. Everybody, like I said, has their own style. Chimaroke came with his own style. Sullivan came with his own style. Buguru came with his own style. Peter has come to give final finishing touches and even add to what all of them have done. So Enugu is the best place to be for the season. Come and enjoy. And we're very, very accommodating.
Abi.
Enugu headquarters in the southeast now. I am Magnish Boy. I am Magnish.
So Enugu is the headquarters.
Where are you from, Seth?
No. I'm actually from Abia State.
Abia, fourth or fifth.
Really?
Enugu number 1.
Okay, so let's continue with our conversation. Yeah, I actually noticed because in previous times we always have these events in Opera Square.
Okay.
So what happened to we having this event in Opera Square? Because this whole thing started from Food and Fashion Festival that instead of taking place in Opera Square, they took it down to IMT. And it's happened within a short period of time. Now my question is, we all know that the government are trying their best to make sure that the festive period is quite interesting.
Yeah.
But why did they stop events taking place in Opera Square?
Okay, Well, thank God the governor is someone that his number is everywhere. Maybe I'll give his number to find out from me why. But there was something he did that I must commend. When he asked the tourism board to return the money to all those that had paid to use Opera Square this season, that he was no longer going to allow them to use it. All of us became worried because then Food and Fashion Festival was like in 2 days' time, if not less than 24 hours. So all of us were part of the team, involved in the event planning and all that. So the organizer Naza broke down. I was always by her side, trying to make sure that she did not break down beyond repair. So I was good enough. His Excellency himself actually reached out to her, gave her one or two, I think
he compensated her.
No, told her why he no longer wanted the event to hold there, and then asked her to make a choice of location where she wanted. She was actually the one that chose IMT. It didn't really go well with her and even the vendors, but at least it was a good thing that His Excellency actually reached out to her by himself. Then Kola Boy, his own was something else because he had already finished planning everything, just like Naza and Jerick. But Kola Boy tried to reach His Excellency and he was granted access.
To the stadium?
Yeah, no, to see His Excellency.
Okay.
His Excellency told him why he doesn't want his event to hold at Opera Square this year, and then asked him to make a choice. He chose the stadium and he approved stadium for him and also supported him. It's when I say support, I mean financial support and encouragement. Then same with Jerick. Okay, Jerick also tried to gain access and he was granted access after their discussion. Not just that, he went further to post them on his major social media platforms, encouraging them to always come home. Because most of these events that are happening in ENUGU right now show that ENUGU is still the hub of entertainment in Southeast. No doubt is not to be argued. Sorry, I'm not from ENUGU. I'm so sorry.
But I'm based in ENUGU.
So this is where you come from now.
Okay.
You are going to marry from ENUGU. You raise your children in ENUGU, and you will enjoy staying in ENUGU. You say amen to that.
We'll see about that.
You'll marry someone from my place in Soka.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Which one in Soka?
No, please.
Because we've not tested our local dishes.
Okay, so let's continue, okay?
Right.
How do you think entertainment industry contribute to the spirit of Yuletide, this festive period, to the common man?
Of course, you have been in Nigeria for the past 2 years or thereabouts. Sure, for the past 12 years.
For the past 2 years, are you serious right now?
Nigeria, no matter how we have suffered.
Okay.
And if not for entertainment, I wonder, as in the level of depression, the matter carried it too much. Now, why do you think they are putting out all these shows? It's for people to come and have fun, forget their worries. There is no person in Nigeria that is not going through one headache or the other. Why do you think most of us now have bald head?
Oh, is it because
it's not natural?
Wow.
Yeah, but wait, burden of life. Oh, career. You came to the first, at least.
I can see small.
Yes, and that is how it is with everyone. So, entertainment, without entertainment, I don't know how Nigerians would have been feeling these days. No matter how depressed you are, just pick up your phone. There are pages you visit when you want to be happy. There are pages you visit when you want to have depression. There are pages you visit, pages on social media when you want to know people that are doing one or two things. But me, I always visit those pages or those platforms that I see what to make me happy. Because Nigeria is already dealing with us.
Honestly.
So I don't have time to go and start looking for what to make me sad or get me depressed. No. So entertainment has actually contributed so much to the common man's life in a positive way. It has in so many ways. Like these days, people don't sleep. How can you sleep when you have not eaten? A hungry man does not sleep.
Exactly. Sorry to cut you short, okay? Because someone that has not eaten, how is that person going to prepare to go for an event? Because we all know the prices of fuel and transportation.
Roadblock, number Nejuku from Ebonyi State, Abienu. People trek from Ebonyi State to ENUGU to come and enjoy themselves. Because even if you start, so you will not sleep. And most of these events are all night. So what do? You come, stay awake for good. Stay awake and have fun instead of staying awake and sobering and and thinking of your life. That the problem is that even when you think the solutions don't come, if you say you go think and solution go come, is a different thing. But the more one of the reasons you can hardly find me depressed or sad is I have this thing that works for me. If a problem can be solved, why do you worry about it? If it cannot be solved, why do you still worry about it? Let it go.
Word.
Yes, let it go. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Or the go koga day, according to my friend. So what I do is that I'll just try and see if I can actually handle it. If I can't, I'll leave it to God. And let me tell you, if not that some of our leaders have failed us, Nigerians are actually blessed. Nigeria as a country is blessed. That's why against us, against all odds, you see that Nigerians are happy. Now, how did we discover content creation in Nigeria? During COVID-19.
Honestly,
that was when the likes of Sabinus and Village them, because they were just, everybody was at home doing nothing, suffering depression, hunger. You come out, you wear masks and all that, and then people started playing around with their phones, and now we have billionaires made from content creation.
True.
So against us, we'll always find our ways out of our difficult times. But please, our leaders, help us.
I hope you're going to hear this.
Because I am voice of the people for today. Meanwhile, I want to say a very big shout out to those leaders that understand why they are there. Because not all.
Yeah.
Not all of them are bad. Thank you.
All right. So what are the best ways to ensure the safety of these people that are taking out their time, ensuring that they're going to be part of this event, no matter the economy, whether they have food to eat or transport fare to come? Because like you said, people can actually come from Ebonyi State down to ENUGU for this event. So what are the security measures that have been put in place for this particular event? Okay,
like hundreds of DRS vans and police officers have been deployed across ENUGU State. What they do is that they patrol 247 around ENUGU. As in, if you are traveling from ENUGU to Nsukka, you meet not less than 20 of them. Not fast-paced, but the idea is to ensure that the travelers are safe. The same thing happening within the metropolis. I'm sure if you tell yourself the truth, you will know that at least in recent times, ENUGU has been safer than before. And these things, I always say, are not really caused by human beings. And one of the ways we can actually stop this is to engage these youths. Now, youths, they do all these things now. Let's find a way to engage them. Thank God, according to His Excellency's manifesto, he has programs lined up for them. He has not really started touching those programs, but I know by the time he starts, these crimes will reduce.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you are coming for these programs, especially these night ones, please, as a girl, watch how you dress. Sometimes you see the way some of these girls dress to that place, to these events, is not really what it should be. That does not justify any person trying anything with anybody.
To harass them.
You shouldn't harass anyone, but at least there's a way you dress. Somebody go look at you and go tire. Yes, I have seen a girl that went to see a guy that was striking her. What she wore, how she was dressed was like, looked as if she was ready for whatever. But I have seen some girls that when they visit guys, by the time the guy look at the girl finish, he go just tire, because we don't know where to start. So sometimes we also have to help these young guys that, sometimes what they smoke also make them to do some of these things. So what do we do? Please, if you are attending some of these events, watch how you dress.
Okay.
Watch where you stay.
Okay.
Watch who you stay around. Watch who you go out with. And then don't go out to ease yourself or do any of these things alone. There is no way everybody can be like you. There are people that have been possessed so badly that they always think of one evil or the other to portray it. Then I am part of the team organizing the roadblock. So the security measures we have, I think, will help us to curtail some of these things, if not eradicate it completely.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, Governor Fubara says he left the PDP because it abandoned him when he was in trouble. Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka decries excessive security escort attached to Tinubu's son, Sheyi. Trump defends economic record as Pennsylvania rally amid frustration over rising prices. An Australian teen laments lack of trust in world's first social media ban. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Governor Similai Fubara of Rivers State has defected Progressives Congress APC from the People's Democratic Party PDP. Fubara, who announced this defection at a stakeholders meeting at the Government House in Port Harcourt on Tuesday, said he decided to leave the PDP to support President Bola Tinubu. He said the reason for defection is because his interests and that of his supporters were not protected in PDP. And the only reason that he still remained governor today was based on the protection from the president.
We have the full support. We have positive nod to live where we are because we didn't get any protection. To go to where the reason why we are still standing is because of that case. And the truth is, without Mr. President, there won't be any His Excellency. Signaturetv. It would have been former. So we have every reason, because the truth, let nobody be fooled in this state. We have the people, we have the supporters, and we have isolation. And we can't support Mr. President if we don't fully identify with him, not backyard support. So we have taken that decision today since we've gotten a pass. Everyone here who have followed me, who have suffered with me, our decision today, this evening, we are moving to APC.
This comes few days after 17 members of the Rivers State House of Assembly, loyal to the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, defected to the APC. Rivers' political development has taken a drastic turn amidst agitation in the state concerning the governor, yet to send names of commissioners and budget presentation. Earlier today, the member representing Obiakpo Federal Constituency at the Niger Delta Youth Parliament, Amadi John Dove, spoke with my colleague Christopher Lele on the defection of the governor and the implication to politics in Rivers State. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has reacted to the defection of Rivers State Governor Signaturetv Fubara to the ruling party, describing the move as a self-inflicted injury and a voluntary departure with no grounds for complaint. In a statement issued on Tuesday, the PDP's National Publicity Secretary, Comrade Ini Ememobong, said the governor willingly traveled the path that led to his defection and cannot accuse the party or any group of abandoning or failing to protect him. Ememobong added that the party, civil society organizations, and Nigerians had actively supported Fubara throughout the political crisis leading up to his decision. The statement cautioned against what is called Stockholm Syndrome, warning the governor against developing undue attachment to his new political allies. Ememobong also criticized the broader political environment, describing it as a testament to the dysfunctional nature of the country's democracy, where individuals, stronger than institutions, manipulate federal power to suppress opponents. He warned that such actions threaten democratic norms and called for unified condemnation from all well-meaning citizens. The People's Democratic Party also suffered another high-profile loss on Tuesday, with the defection of Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke, who said he has joined the Accord Party as a new platform to seek re-election in August next year. Adeleke made the announcement in a post on his verified X handle, just a few days after resigning from the People's Democratic Party, PDP. The governor disclosed that he joined the Accord Party on 6 November 2025 as a platform to seek re-election in 2026, following weeks of consultation and deliberations with stakeholders and opinion leaders. He said he opted for the Accord Party because its mission of welfarism aligns with his passionate focus on citizens and workers' welfare. Stakeholders and residents of Osun State, he said, are aware of why he is taking the important decision, saying his second term will enable him to complete ongoing delivery of good governance and democratic dividends, which have been applauded at home and abroad. Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka has frowned at what he sees as the excessive deployment of security operatives around the family of President Bola Tinubu, warning that such overreach undermines Nigeria's security priorities. Soyinka, who was speaking at the 20th Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism Awards in Lagos, recounted his recent encounter with what he termed a battalion-level security detail attached to the president's son at a hotel in Ikoyi. He said he had initially assumed a film was being shot on the hotel premises due to the sheer number of heavily armed personnel he saw. Soyinka said it was alarming that about 15 heavily armed officers formed the president's son's security cordon, which according to him was sufficient to take over a neighboring small country or city like Benin. The playwright added that he was so disturbed that he attempted reaching the National Security Advisor to verify whether the deployment was official, insisting that while heads of state often have families, such privilege must never be abused or allowed to distort national security structures. The Enugu state government is to restrict tricycles and yellow buses from several major highways in Enugu town. The announcement has generated mixed reactions among transport unions. Signaturetv's correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam reports.
A major shift has come into Enugu transport sector just months after the commissioning of the 5 modern bus terminals and the unveiling of 200 CNG-powered buses. The state government is now working towards full deployment and dedication operation of its BRT buses across major routes in Enugu. Under the new arrangement, tricycles, yellow buses, and mini buses will be restricted from operating along high-traffic corridors across the city. The Commissioner for Transport, Dr. Obiozo, who announced the new measure, listed the affected corridors to include Obara Avenue, Abakaliki Road, New Haven Junction, Naira Triangle to Emene Airport. Also affected is the Ogui-Chime Naira Triangle axis, the New Haven Basilica, Rangers Avenue, Ogui Presidential, Wayek, Mpokete, and the entire Abani Road stretch. The commissioner maintained that the tricycle were never designed for high-speed highways as their presence on major roads threatens both safety and efficiency.
The BRT buses have been operating skeletally for the past 90 days, and as a holiday approaches, the program wants to, of course, roll out in earnest. So there was some level of miscommunication between the ministry and some critical stakeholders, including the union. From National Union to return to the Amalgamated Tricycle Union. And of course, we've been in partnership for a long time, and we decided to come together to clear the air and address some of their concerns.
The government said it has procured 200 CNG-powered Enugu State Rapid Bus Service (BRT) and 4,000 electric taxis, many of which will be assembled at Anamco. 84 new bus shelters have also been completed, and the card payment system is being expanded for cashless commuting. But while stakeholders acknowledge the government's vision, many union leaders did not wholeheartedly agree, raising strong concerns about the impact on their members.
Even if this thing will come to pass, let it be given a second thought. One, to provide another means that is an alternative for those who are going to be those who are going to be victims of, because keke is not even cheap. Those who bought keke with their own money, some of them sell land to buy the keke. When once you say that in a PAM, that person don't finish you.
The chairman of the Road Transport Employers Association, Chidebere Aniago, urged that pushing out members of the union from the routes will force them into unemployment and hunger and worsen insecurity.
There's hardship, everyone knows that. If we can check the time, we are just trying to advise. We know we don't have the capacity to stop government on what they want to do. But we are advising because everything is about local. We are the one that used to discuss with all these poor masses. You might be here, I don't know what is going on locally. the whole information flow from us. If we can check the timing. 2, you know, business, monopoly is not good when it comes to business. Even if government wants to bring 50,000 BRT, we are in support of it. It's good. But if they can allow the minibus to apply those routes, I believe if there's competition, business will move.
The chairman of the National Union of Road Transport Workers, Augustine Ago, argued that without involving seasoned transport operators, the reform risks instability and mismanagement.
We are graduates for crying out loud. We are not, gone are the days when you pick up people from anywhere and say, come and lead a union as big as union or return. We are graduates for crying out loud. And we present to the ministry, we can manage these things. If not completely managing it, we can partner with your company, the company that the government brought, to make this thing work efficiently and effectively.
The union leader said the reforms, though promising, could worsen hardship if workers are excluded from the new transport economy. Responding to the concerns, the general manager, Femodec Express, in charge of ENUGU State Rapid Bus Service, Omishore Abiodun, noted that no transport worker will lose his job under the new arrangement. He said opportunities under the new transport system will be open to all based on merit.
We should be open to change. I have seen this practically. We've seen people crouch in tricycles because they are struggling roads with high capacity buses and trucks. It doesn't work like that. And the system is not taking you out of job. Please note, the system is creating a more conducive atmosphere for us to run simultaneously. For you, sir, you might not know where all your tricycles are right now. We can tell you where our buses are right now because of the system being put in place. We can track drivers with the bus code on those buses. I can tell you who drove a bus on a particular day. I can tell you the amount of revenue that is generated on that buses. What is the time for maintenance? We have those systems in place.
The commissioner later inaugurated a joint review committee comprising ministry officials and union representatives to finalize operational details ahead of the BRT launch. The ENUGU state government insists the reform will modernize transportation, reduce travel time, and strengthen safety, while union leaders warn that their members must not be sacrificed in the process. In ENUGU, Chinemere Mikebunam, Signaturetv News.
Amnesty International has called for a transparent and impartial investigation into the killing of at least 9 women protesters in Lamodi local government area of Adamawa State. In a statement posted on X, the group alleged that the military opened fire on women who were demonstrating, using live ammunition without any warning, which it claimed left several other women injured after being hit by bullets in different parts of their bodies. It described the incident as horrific and accused security forces of handling civilian protests in a dangerous and unacceptable manner. Amnesty also criticized the government handling of the growing ethnic conflict between the Bachama and Chobo communities, which reportedly started from disputes over land and the theft of a motorcycle. According to Amnesty, even in cases where security agencies responded to violence, their approach often resulted in more casualties and destruction instead of restoring peace. Up ahead, House of Reps raises concern over alleged extortion of electricity consumers by discos. NAF denies airspace violation, says Burkina Faso C-130 landing was precautionary. Stay with us.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The House of Representatives has expressed concern over the non-utilization of 109 licenses issued for electricity distribution in the country. The House Committee on Power Reform stated its displeasure at a meeting with some electricity sector stakeholders. Correspondent Princess Ken Ochoma has the details.
The issue of epileptic power supply in the country has continued to be a source of concern to many Nigerians. The situation has not only stunted economic growth, but also hampered the desired development of the country, which can be enhanced by improved power supply. The situation and the need to make it better prompted the electricity sector reform, which gave rise to the unbundling of the then Power Holding Company of Nigeria and the creation of 6 generation companies, GENCOs, 1 transmission company, TCN, and 11 distribution companies, DISCOs, and of course the regulatory body, which is the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC. The House Ad Hoc Committee is questioning what has become of 109 inactive licenses issued out of 288 applications, and the poor performance of electricity distribution companies since privatization.
Most customers don't have meters. They are subjected to the vagaries of and imagination, sometimes even blackmail by the discourse. They'll just write a bill arbitrarily, submit to customers, and demand prompt payment. In most cases, when the payment does not come immediately, customers are disconnected. And from your analysis, information you just gave us, the metering is not up to, you talked about 3 million.
The Commissioner for Legal, Licensing and Compliance for the National Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, Dafe Akboneye, who represented the Commission, disclosed that only about 7 million of 20 million connected households are metered. He highlighted poor grid quality as a reason why many industries rely on captive power. Chairman of the Ad Hoc Committee on Power Reform, Al-Mustafa Aliyu, directed the Bureau of Public Enterprises to submit a performance report on all DISCOs within 48 hours for further legislative action.
In addition to the activities of transmission companies, generation companies, DISCOs, and the regulators, the remittances tariff regime, and to ascertain the effectiveness or otherwise of the privatized power sector to the country. This is very important. This is a very important policy issue.
And right inside the chamber, the House again failed to resume its suspended constitutional review debate, postponed next week after lawmakers requested more time to study the proposals. The House proceeded to a 2-hour closed-door meeting with the Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, and the Minister of Budget and National Planning, Atiku Bagudu. While the details of the meeting were not disclosed, some observers speculated that the discussion may have centered around the non-payment of indigenous contractors and delays in implementing the capital component of the 2025 Appropriation Act. As a result, the House stepped down consideration of about 42 bills slated for first, second, and third readings. The Speaker later announced the defection of Mansour Musa, member representing Aliero, Gwandu, Jega Federal Constituency of Kebbi State, from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressive Congress.
The All Progressive Congress offers a more coherent and disciplined platform, one that aligns better with the aspirations of our constituents and provides the stability required to deliver development and meaningful governance. My defection is therefore an act of responsibility. It is rooted in principle, strengthened by faith, and anchored on the overriding need to serve my people without any encumbrance.
Efforts by a member to raise a point of order was not acknowledged as a defected member joined the leadership and other APC members to take pictures. I am Princess Ken Ochama, Signature TV News.
The Nigerian Senate has taken a firm stance on soaring domestic airfares, summoning the Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, alongside airline operators and aviation regulators. This move follows growing concerns over sharp price increases that threaten national mobility, especially ahead of the festive season. The Senate's call to action emerged from a motion sponsored by Buhari Abdul Fattah, who warned that skyrocketing airfares on key south-south and southeast routes could disrupt travel plans this Yuletide season.
Mr. President, in the last 2-3 months, Nigerians have been complaining seriously about the price hike of airline and finding it very difficult to travel from one destination to the other. Take your seat. Mr. President, can you believe it that from Abuja to Lagos ranges from 400 to 650,000, and then from here to ENUGU is about 500,000. Even from here to Ilorin is about 450,000. When we noticed all this, the committee, we decided to even investigate further. And we now find out that cut across, people cannot afford to travel. And looking at the festive period that is coming up now, Mr. President, it is important we wave in to help Nigerians because of this festive period that is coming, that people who want to move from one place to the other.
Data presented in plenary revealed that one-way ticket prices have climbed by as much as 150%, with fares now exceeding 300,000 naira compared to the pre-festive average of about 120,000 naira. Further analysis shows some ticket prices reaching a staggering 400,000 to 600,000 naira on major routes like Abuja to Lagos. Lawmakers linked this surge in airfares to worsening highway insecurity, which has driven more Nigerians to choose air travel, intensifying demand and fare volatility. Airline representatives and regulatory authorities this week. They are expected to explain the causes behind the fare hikes and propose strategies to stabilize air travel costs, ensuring affordable flights for Nigerians during the holidays. The Aviation Ministry and airline operators are now under pressure to provide clear answers and workable solutions as the festive season approaches. The Nigerian Senate has officially approved President Bola Tinubu's request to deploy Nigerian troops to the Republic of Benin. This move aims to support peacekeeping efforts following last weekend's attempted coup in Benin. The resolution followed the Senate's consideration of the President's request in the Committee of the Whole during plenary to deliberate on President Tinubu's letter seeking legislative approval for the deployment. The President's appeal was read on the floor by President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, who emphasized the urgency of maintaining stability in the West African region. The senators voted unanimously in favor of the resolution, giving full legislative backing for the troop deployment as part of a regional intervention to restore governance in Benin.
Will the Senate now confirm the actions of Mr. President in the deployment of the Air Force and troops to Benin Republic to ensure peace mission and restore order and sanity in that country, thereby saving Nigerians from thousands and thousands of refugees and also saving Nigerian borders from unnecessary criminality and disruption of peace and stability. Those in support of the confirmation of the approval say aye. Those against say nay. The approval is hereby confirmed.
The approval letter from the Senate will be transmitted to President Tinubu without delay, clearing the way for Nigerian troops to join the peace mission in Benin. The Nigerian Air Force says the landing of its C-130 aircraft in Burkina Faso was precautionary and followed due process. In a statement on Tuesday, the Director of Public Relations and Information for the Air Force, Ehimen Ejodame, said the aircraft landed in the West African country due to a technical concern. Ejodame disclosed that following takeoff from Lagos, the crew observed a technical concern which necessitated a precautionary landing in Bobo Dioulasso, Burkina Faso, the nearest airfield, in accordance with standard safety procedures and international aviation protocols. He thanked Nigerians for the support received during the period and assured the public that it remained professionally committed to strict compliance with operational procedures and safety standards. On the reports that the Burkinabe authorities had detained 11 crew members for airspace violation, the Air Force spokesman said the crew members are safe and have received cordial treatment from the host authorities. The Economic Community of West African States has declared a state of emergency in the region. The president of the ECOWAS Commission, Omar Toure, made the declaration known on Tuesday during the 55th session of the Mediation and Security Council at the ministerial level in Abuja, which was convened following the string of coups and botched mutinies in the sub-region. Toure said the development highlights the imperative of serious introspection on the future of democracy in the region and the urgent need to invest in the security of the community. Toure gave a sobering assessment of West Africa's political climate, citing multiple incidences as evidence of a rapidly deteriorating security environment. He noted that ECOWAS member states currently face an average rating of high risk based on country-by-country analysis contained in documents before the ministers. The risk factors, he said, include persistent military interventions, Guinea-Bissau and the Republic of Benin just days ago, non-compliance with transition norms in Guinea, growing erosion in electoral inclusivity across multiple states, expanding influence of terrorists, armed groups and criminal networks, and increasing geopolitical pressures affecting member states. In his remarks, Sierra Leone's Minister of Foreign Affairs and Chair of the Council of Ministers, Timothy Kaba, called for decisive action to protect democratic governance amid worsening political instability. He detailed Sierra Leone's diplomatic efforts, noting that he led a high-level delegation to Guinea-Bissau on December 1st, 2025, to engage with military leaders and political stakeholders. For many young Nigerians, the journey to financial independence begins with opportunity and guidance. That opportunity came on Tuesday in Abuja as a non-governmental organization, Conversations for Change, graduated a new set of entrepreneurs ready to step into the world of business. Correspondent Nasiru Usman reports.
The graduation ceremony was a fitting cap to 1-year intensive training in areas such as clothing, fabric care and fashion design, cosmetics and skin care, leather works and shoemaking. It was also a time to remind the young entrepreneurs that the world could be at their feet if they are driven by quality and a focused determination.
You have to do your part. Nobody will make you succeed except yourself. And when you are succeeding, trust God that God will make it. And I pray that in 1 year, what you will achieve will be more than what you have ever achieved in the past. If you are selling water, sell it as if you are selling to God, and therefore you will not go and pump pipe water and then sell it. If you are making soap, make it so good that people will rush to you because you are doing it as if you are doing to God.
If you go and fold your arms and lie or pray from morning till night, you commit what I call God abuse. Try to struggle, and if God sees that you are making efforts, He will bless your efforts.
As much as you rely on God, you must do your part. You must do your part. Success is about collaboration with God. You do your part, and God will do His part. And part of God's part is what has happened with your fellowship. That's God working for you, working with you, using other people to work with you. So the ball is in your court.
Many of you will come across difficult situations that may seem impossible. At that point, do what? Go and think about it. Spend time and think about it. Definitely there must be solutions. So I leave you with this. May God help your career, and in a few years' time I will see billionaires out of you.
The Executive Director, Conversation for Change, Dr. Kechi Ogbuagu, said the young graduates were equipped with skills to drive the development of social entrepreneurship among young people everywhere. More than 130 fellows have graduated since the inception of the program.
Our estimate is that we have probably gone through the program at least 130 young people. That is a number. And as we persevere and grow, and who knows, if people, good-minded citizens, come to support us and put money in the program, we will take in more. These are the crop of people we need for this country. This is a different breed. We have this recipe for success, sustainable success, capacity and enterprise that will last, that will turn into mega businesses, that will provide employment and jobs for others.
Some of the graduates shared their hopes and feelings about the training.
It was really an impactful one, whereby I got the opportunity to learn more in my field. I'm a pig farmer, so it gave me the opportunity to actually expose myself to the training and the rudiments of pigs. So it was more of like a life experience for me, whereby I had a better hand, a first-hand training with pigs.
So it's really been a 1 year of, strengthening what I never knew I had inside of me. So a lot of building, like someone who is going to the gym to get a good instructor to give him that muscle that he can be able to, stand, to be able to even compete like on a global stage, maybe Olympics or any international competition. So I can beat my chest and say the journey for me this 1 year is like standing out to compete globally. I feel inside my heart now I can compete with my fellows in China, my fellows in the United States, in a positive way.
The new graduates are expected to reduce the number of Nigeria's unemployed youth and even become employers. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
Up next is business news.
The federal government has officially reduced the signature bonus required to participate in the 2025 oil block licensing round to between $3 million and $7 million, a drop from the previous $10 million benchmark. The reduction is designed to attract more local and international investors by lowering entry barriers and ensuring broader participation in Nigeria's upstream sector. The new licensing round covers onshore, shallow water, and deep water blocks, and bidders will be evaluated using a transparent, score-based system that considers bid value, technical competence, financial capacity, work program, and governance structures. All payments must be made in dollars, and successful bidders are expected to demonstrate strong operational plans to help revive production levels. The government hopes the revised bonus structure will boost confidence, increase competition, and attract more credible investors into the sector. Nigeria's transport and storage sector recorded a 9.87% growth rate in the third quarter of 2025, a slight slowdown compared to the 10.10% posted in the same quarter of 2024. Despite the slower growth, the sector's contribution to real GDP in the third quarter of 2025 rose marginally to 0.69%, showing continued activity but persistent structural barriers. Analysts attribute the deceleration to ongoing challenges in the sector, including aging road networks, limited rail coverage, rising operating costs, and security-related disruptions, especially for cargo movement. These issues continue to cause delays, increase logistics costs, and reduce overall efficiency for businesses and commuters alike. However, the sector still plays a major role in trade and mobility, and experts believe that policy reforms, particularly improvements in rail infrastructure, expansion of inland dry ports, and modernization of cargo handling systems, could stimulate faster growth in subsequent quarters. The federal government has announced that starting January 1, 2026, all federal ministries, departments, and agencies will no longer accept physical cash for any form of revenue payment. From next year, Nigerians conducting transactions with the federal government must complete payments electronically, whether for licensing, taxes, fees, approvals, or services. A key part of this transition is the rollout of the Federal Treasury e-receipt, which will become the only legally recognized proof of payment for all federal transactions. The new system is designed to eliminate manual cash handling and reduce financial leakages across ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs. The government insists the cashless transition will curb fraud, modernize revenue collection, and ensure that every payment is traceable through a unified digital system. The Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) said it will launch a comprehensive recapitalization exercise for all capital market intermediaries starting in 2026. According to the Commission's Director General, Imomotimi Agama, the move is part of reforms aimed at strengthening institutions, boosting market growth, encouraging consolidation, and raising investor confidence. Under the recapitalization plan, the SEC will soon announce the minimum capital requirements for intermediaries, the baseline firms must meet to continue operations. The Commission believes this is necessary to ensure a globally competitive capital market that can support long-term investment flows and Nigeria's ambitious economic targets. And that's business news on Global News. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime Natus.
President Donald Trump tried to reassure Americans that the U.S. economy was healthy at a campaign-style rally on Tuesday, as Republicans brace for a tough fight to hold control of Congress in next year's midterm elections. Speaking at a Mount Pocono casino in northeastern Pennsylvania, Trump argued that his economic policies including his imposition of widespread tariffs on imports, are creating jobs, boosting the stock market, and attracting increased investment into the United States. He was quick to blame his predecessor in the White House, Democrat Joe Biden, for high prices on other goods, even though he has now been in office for almost a year. Trump suggested, as he has before, that Democrats were manufacturing a cost of living crisis for political gain. But he also said he agreed that the prices are too high.
I just want to say hello, Pennsylvania, and I'm thrilled to be back. This incredible Commonwealth with so many proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. So am I. I'm a proud, hard worker. Thrilled to be back. This incredible Commonwealth. We took over, it's 10 months. And already we have the largest investment ever made in the history of, not our country, of any country anywhere in the world. Think of that. We're on to expose what happened recently and I have no higher priority than making America affordable again. That's what we're going to do. And again, they caused the high prices and we're bringing them down. It's a simple message. They gave you the highest inflation in history, and we're bringing those prices down rapidly. Lower prices, bigger paychecks. You're getting lower prices, bigger paychecks. We're getting inflation. We're crushing it. And you're getting much higher wages. I mean, the only thing that's really going up big, it's called the stock market and your 401ks. And that's what we did. And we're right now drilling more oil than we've ever done before. Prices are way down. We just had 4 states. It was just reported that 4 states had $1.99 a gallon. Right? But Democrats talking about affordability is like Bonnie and Clyde preaching about public safety. And they are really truly the enemy of the working class when they do it, because we're going to have a great energy policy. Our oil prices are coming down very substantial, energy prices. And honestly, with that, everything comes down because there's nothing nearly in the category of oil. The little turban, I love her. She comes in, does nothing but bitch. We inherited the highest prices ever. And we're bringing them down. We inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. Think of that.
Trump's approval rating edged up to 41% in a new poll as he rolled back some tariffs on food imports and spoke more about combating inflation. But his approval rating on his performance on the cost of living was just 31%. The rally was held in Pennsylvania's 8th District, a competitive area that Republicans see as critical to maintaining their majorities in Congress in 2026. U.S. Marines were seen unloading trucks and heavy equipment from military ships at a Caribbean port on Tuesday, as the United States continues to build its build-up in the region. Footage shows armored vehicles and other gear being moved off vessels, followed by Marines disembarking in large numbers. The deployment is part of ongoing U.S. military positioning in the Caribbean, after months of U.S. pressure on Venezuela, including strikes against alleged drug smuggling boats, threats of military action, and the designation of Cartel de los Sols as a foreign terrorist group. Up next is sports news.
The Cranes of Uganda have become the first team to arrive in Morocco ahead of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, sending a clear signal of intent as preparations intensify for the continental showpiece kicking off on 21st December 2025. Head coach Paul Polt says his squad has undergone a major transformation in belief, character and competitive mindset. A shift he believes will make Uganda a difficult team to beat when Group C hostilities begin against Nigeria, Tunisia and Tanzania. Put early arrival strategy is deliberate, a move to ensure the Cranes acclimatize quickly to Moroccan weather conditions, adjust to altitude, and fine-tune their tactical framework long before the tournament kicks off. Liverpool bounced back from a damaging roll with Mohamed Salah by beating Inter Milan 1-0 on Tuesday and kicking their Champions League campaign back into life. Liverpool had won just 4 times in 15 matches in all competitions coming into Tuesday's match, but Inter failed to pile any early pressure on the opponents. Tuesday's win puts Liverpool on 12 points from 6 games and inside the top 8 positions, which offered direct qualification for the last 16 ahead of Wednesday's fixtures. Chelsea's automatic Champions League last 16 qualification hopes were dealt a blow after a 2-1 defeat at Atalanta on Tuesday, on a night when Chelsea needed a win to put them in a strong position to finish in the top 8 of the league phase. The visitors had to withstand a barrage of early pressure from the Italian hosts. Pedro nearly grabbed an equalizer at the death, but the defeat saw the West London team drop to 10th in the table, 2 places outside the round of 16 automatic qualification spots. In cricket, former Pakistan captain Shahid Afridi has offered a gracious response to Rohit Sharma, surpassing his record for the most sixes in one-day international cricket. Reflecting not only on the milestone but also on his personal memories of Rohit, Afridi recalled their time together at the Deccan Chargers during the inaugural edition of the Indian Premier League, saying he had sensed earlier on that the young Mumbai batsman was destined for greatness. Rohit eclipsed Afridi's tally of 351 sixes during India's ODI against South Africa in Ranchi on November 30. Afridi's record had stood untouched for 15 years, testament to his own flamboyant power hitting and the daring stroke play that defined a generation. Arina Sabalenka weighed into the participation of transgender athletes, saying it would be unfair for women to face biological men in professional tennis. The WTA Tour gender participation policy currently permits transgender women to participate if they have declared their gender as female for a minimum of 4 years, have lowered testosterone levels, and agree to testing procedures. In 2024, the Lawn Tennis Association updated its rules to bar transgender women from competing in national and inter-club female competitions. In the past 2 years, several sport federations have launched their own studies or changed rules to ban anyone who has gone through male puberty from competing in the female category in an elite level. That's Sport News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
That's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the
Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get
plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. My name is Patrick Okibo. I'm the founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm that's focused on solving Africa's complex development issues. And Africa's got a couple of those. And if we reference back to what Einstein said, the problems we're trying to deal with today, we can't solve them at the same level of thinking we're at when we created those problems. So we're constantly looking for new perspectives, new ways of understanding old problems to see if we can find solutions that work. And that's what we're going to do today with my guest, Dr. Jess Castellotti. Is a trained architect, but he's also an art historian and now works for a museum as an art curator. He's the director at the Yemisi Shilo Museum at the Pan-Atlantic University in Lagos. And he's gone on an interesting journey transitioning from architecture to art. And at the museum, he's putting together some really cutting-edge, innovative designs, innovative exhibitions that are culturally relevant. Jeffs, you're welcome.
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you to you all for joining in this conversation.
Fantastic. So let's start with your journey. So you've moved from architecture to helping Nigeria to document art history. You've published a number of very interesting books on contemporary Nigerian art. You're the director at the Yemisi Shilo Museum. How did this journey happen? Was there a pivotal moment or an influence that kind of moved you more towards the art than architecture?
Well, this was an unplanned movement from one thing to another. It came naturally. For decades, I have been interested and I have been working with artists, with collectors, with the arts, with institutions. So there was a moment in my professional development as a project manager and an architect when in a way I felt a little bit tired, and at the same time I questioned how much impact is this having in society? Why am I here? why am I here? It's not because of the job. It's not because of the money. I'm not working for a multinational. I'm not making money. Why am I here? I came to Nigeria as a volunteer to work in an NGO. And after all these years, I think I'm happy to say that I have maintained that fire that moved me to want to do something. Then it came naturally to devote more time, more energies, more resources. Then there was a moment when I decided to close down my architectural firm, go back to school, started studying again art history. I finished the doctorate 3 years ago, so I'm new and learning and beginning. Most of my colleagues and friends have already retired, but I'm starting a new life. When I am 90, I will think of retirement perhaps. But for now, important things to do, I think.
I doubt you're going to retire, Jess. I doubt it. But, we'll see when we get there. So art is one of these topics, that people think it's for the wealthy. So in Nigeria, they say, what's the value of art? You need to eat first, before you can talk about art. So how do you help us understand why art matters? Why is art important for human development, important for national development?
I think the answer has to go but by going back to what we are as human beings and what capacities we have. What I could say, what are we called to be? What can we be as human beings? And it's more than consumers, more than citizens. All these things are important. Is the capacity to do something else. And the arts, not only the arts, culture in general, but heritage, history, other human endeavors allow us to grow as human beings. So there is a danger in reducing development to economic development, to quantifiable, measurable indicators of development, roads, electricity, water, number of people in education, whatever. There is much more than that. There are some aspects of what we are as human beings that cannot be quantified.
Yep.
Art opens windows or allows us to enter, to go a little bit beyond in other realms, the intellectual, the spiritual, the emotional, the historical, the relational aspects of human life that are, I would say, more important than the economic sides. Of course, we have to eat. Now I'm talking to you, and probably you didn't notice, but NEPA has gone. Luckily, I have a couple of lights that I prepare in advance. So this is important, but we are more than that as human beings. And that's why art matters. And sometimes the value of art is reduced to the economic value or the financial value of art. I question that. In fact, now I'm working on a book that hopefully I'm working with Professor Fabian Ajogu, my co-author for the previous 2 books, and we are working on a book that will have a title of The Values, in plural, The Values of Art. That is not only economic, it's historical, it's emotional, it's aesthetic, it has plenty of other aspects of value. That's something that we think we need to tell everybody. Many people know, but some people do not.
So how do we integrate this level of thinking into our national development planning, right? And I know this is kind of a big question, but if art goes beyond just the aesthetics, if it goes beyond, just the economic, if it goes more into that integral human development, right? How do we ensure that this filters into the way we think about national development?
I think there are people who occupy positions that gives them the capacity and the responsibility of working towards that. I think for most of us is one person at a time. If I can, as we are doing in the museum, for us it's not about numbers, it's about impact. One person at a time, one young boy or young girl from a secondary school in Ivejuleki, can we not only entertain her, not only helping her or him to have a good time, no, can we help that person, that kid, to start thinking critically about issues? Can we help that person to question things, to realize that there is more, to be surprised by something, one person at a time, or two, or three, or four? Perhaps some people will say, but with this we don't change the country. Well, I will not change the country, but if you do the same thing and everybody who is listening to this does the same thing, we will change the country. So now, if I were the director of the National Council for the Arts, I will have to answer differently. I know. You have to talk about policies, about budgets, about plans. But I think for most of us, is that we cannot do something. We can do a lot, one-on-one, helping people discover beauty around us. I don't know if you read, a few weeks ago, I published in this day an article precisely on this, on everyday beauty. How do we do not need to go to a museum to enjoy, to appreciate, to be surprised by beauty? And you don't have to be rich to do that. A wonderful sunset is free. There are plenty of things that are free. Some of the best things in life are free. If there is something that you can buy with money, probably it's just something that is not truly important.
And so let's talk about the artist here. I was reading one of your blog posts from one of your blog posts, and it was on Ben Osahe, who you also have a book on. And he said, how can we continue to paint landscapes when we don't have electricity? And this is him saying the artist must be bigger than, play a much bigger role in society. So for you, how do you see the role of the artist, especially in a country like Nigeria that's been going through quite a bit for quite a while? What should be the role of the artist as a way to catalyze this national development?
I think there is not a single answer. It's not that all artists should be this or should be that. There are different callings, different capacities, different contexts, social and intellectual, and so there are many answers. But what is clear to me is that we need, luckily we have many, but we need more artists who realize that they can play an important role in society. Sometimes will be by bringing to the fore issues that are there, but perhaps we talk, but we don't address. This Ben Osagai, the artist you mentioned, he died a few years back, and I remember when we were writing, I was writing the book on him. I used to go to Egbeda, where he was living, and we used to spend, he loved to talk. So we used to sit down there and talk. He loved it. He was a social critic, and he saw himself as a social agent. Perhaps he didn't use this word, but he had a sense of mission. I have to say this. I have to address this issue. It's not I have to sell more, or I have to be in the next Biennale, or I have to be more successful. No, I have to say this. When we were thinking of the title of the book, we said Ben Osagai, Chronicler of a Society in Flux, is the title that we gave to that book, because that's the way he saw himself, as a chronicler. So he was putting in a beautiful way, very forceful way, very challenging way, in many of his works, issues that were there, corruption, or many issues. So his works were not about mere aesthetic beauty. They were about issues. He was addressing issues, whether it is corruption, or whether it is the value of money, or whether it is vanity, or issues. Now, like him, there are now quite a few among us. But when we talk of the creative industries, people think, oh, who are the ones selling and how much, and galleries, and some of these artists who are doing something important, perhaps in a way relegated, or if not relegated, they are kept there, and they are not successful, apparently.
In the commercial sense.
In the commercial sense, but they are, some of them, successful in their circles. Perhaps they don't reach the whole world, but they can do, and they are doing. The reality is that we are quite fortunate in Nigeria. Nigeria, in this sense, is in a much better position than I was going to say most, perhaps I would say all other African countries. The number, the diversity, the quality of the artists that we have. And I'm talking of visual arts, that is an area where I know a little bit more. Now, if you broaden it to other artistic manifestation, is even bigger. But just in the visual arts, we are fortunate to have a considerable number of competent, capable, committed artists.
And if you looked at the art scene in Nigeria, and in fact, if we zero it into Lagos, which is a market that you do a lot of work in, what would you say has been the growth trajectory in the Lagos market? What are the factors that have driven that growth? And what are the impediments? What are the challenges that still need to be resolved? And what are your thoughts? Too many questions, but what are your thoughts on how to resolve some of these challenges?
First, I think there has been an interesting trajectory here. From a time when what now we will consider artworks were considered, in most cases, objects used for ritual purposes, or for ceremonial purposes, or for practical purposes. They were objects. Say, before an object became a sculpture, in traditional society, it was a carving. It's interesting, the change of word. And the fellow who made that was not an artist. Not that he or she was not extremely gifted. No, he was a carver, or a potter, or a weaver, or whatever. So he was a professional. It was something else. So from this, then some Europeans came. They started collecting first what they saw as exotica, but little by little, some of them realized that there was more than the different, the other, that there was quality there, and they collected more unintentionally. And they were the ones supporting the system, the market, the incipient art market, the incipient art system. We are talking here in the period immediately before independence, in the early years after independence. It was mostly expatriates. But this started changing. And by the 70s, you already have a small group of Nigerians who were collecting. And interestingly, they were not collecting what the most Europeans were collecting. There were masks and carvings and bronzes. No, in many cases, they saw it as not modern enough, or not, whatever reason they have. But they were collecting more contemporary Western art. And the art schools started, mostly after independence. And then this group of collectors, I'm talking of people, some of them have died, with, like, for instance, Rashid Badamosi, who was a very powerful collector, like Samuel Akbaju, who also died. Like some other ones who are still alive and very active, like Prince Shillon, obviously, and a few others of that generation. They knew they have resources, all of them have enough money to buy, and they were buying, some of them, quite seriously. Prince Shillon has a collection of over 6,000 works. This is, by any standard, this is huge. I guess this is the largest collection on the continent.
Exactly.
And probably, or most likely it is, in terms of numbers. And not only numbers, There are really serious works there. So this group of people came, the expatriates continue, but this has been changing. Now we have a different situation. We have a group of young, cosmopolitan, well-educated, mainly professionals, who perhaps are not collecting works that are worth £200,000, but who are in a position comfortable enough to be able to spend 200,000 naira on a nice artwork. And these are the ones driving the market and driving the system now. Because in Nigeria, in all art systems, you need like several legs. You need the create, collect art, and then you need a third very important leg. That is the people who interpret, who produce history, who analyze, who criticize. So broadly, we could say the interpreters. And then you need the institutional support, government and institutions. Now, in Nigeria, at the moment, the institutional support for art is very weak, very. So what happens? That the market takes the whole space, or most of the space. So collectors and the market, that is not the whole artwork, it's only a part of it. The market, in a way, covers the whole art world because there is very little space for the institutional and for academia. Though we have a good number of schools that every year produce people with masters and doctorates in fine arts. Unfortunately, you look, for instance, a number of publications on Nigerian art last year published in Nigeria. Very discouraging.
Yeah,
that's the reality. And there are tens of professors. I don't want to criticize anybody, but the situation is, the academia is weak.
Yeah,
institutions are weak. So the market takes over. And the main players in the market are collectors.
Okay, and so if you look at, say, and this is a question I've struggled with for quite a bit, if we look at like the Renaissance era, when you had the Medicis and the big families that, were patrons to the artists, they moved art in a particular direction. In some instances, they let the artists express themselves. In other instances, they wanted the art to be about their family, and they injected themselves in the myth and the story, etc. And that's where you have like a few big patrons supporting the artists. Now, the reverse is the case in Nigeria, where you've got smaller, a lot of patrons who buy for whatever reason, either for the aesthetics or for a store of value, or to just be part of the storytelling, whatever it is. How is that then shaping our narrative in Nigeria, shaping the way our society is evolving vis-a-vis when you had just a few patrons, who supported the art? Are you seeing any clear distinctions?
Yes, there are. That you refer to the Medicis. The social, the cultural, and even economic context where these transactions were taking place were completely different. But nowadays, here in Nigeria, there is still a substantial difference between what is happening in the art world or art system in Nigeria and what is happening in many other places in the world. Here, most of the transactions are personal. By that, I mean this. You know an artist in Abuja, and you call her or you call him, or you go to visit her, or you see an artwork of her there in somewhere. And in many cases, though this is changing, you can still contact that person directly. And then you establish a personal relationship. And this changes everything. In the West, it's now very rare. You buy in art fairs, you don't see the artist, you don't meet the artist, you buy through galleries, rarely you will meet the artist.
Yeah.
You buy through dealers who will not want you to meet the artist because they want to have their cut, and they are there precisely to do that. And I understand it, they are playing an important role. So it's a different relation between patron and artist. In in a way, there are few patrons in the West now. There are many buyers. You know, the art market globally, I read recently, last year, it was around, I think, $62 billion. The size of the global art market was $62 billion. Now, Nigeria has a 0.000% of this 62 billion. Because even of Nigerian art, yes. But yes and no, because, you know, I used to publish an art market report. I don't know, you remember, in the late 80s, analyzing the market. It was not about the art, it was about the art market. And there was, for some years, in volume and in price, the highest was Lagos, the highest location for the buying and selling art. But this changed in the early 20s and the late in 1920, when first Bonhams, then Sotheby's opened African auctions in London. Then there was a quite sudden transition from Lagos that started going down to London that started going up. And then in value, London became the main place for buying and selling African or Nigerian art. So much so that you have, I will not say many, but you have some Nigerian collectors who will take a plane to London the day before the auction, buy an artwork that was in Lagos 4 weeks before, buy it in London, and then bring it back. In the process, pay several times more than what they would have paid here. Yeah. This wasn't crazy. It's not that these people didn't know what they were doing. If I buy an artwork in Sotheby's or Bonhams, immediately it gives me something. And if I want to sell it, I know I am in a very good position. Yep. Because this came from, whether this is a guarantee of value or not, that's a different thing. But it gives me, I can present this. Now, if I bought it here from so-and-so who had it from his uncle, who had it there somewhere in Shomolu, and it's going to be different. So it wasn't crazy on their part to go to London, buy it. Some cases it was that it wasn't available here, and it was only available there. But so this changed, and it's changing. Now, unfortunately, we don't have any auction house now. Art House, Mrs. Chelaram, hasn't had the auctions that she used to have for years. So there is a change here that is taking place. I don't know where we are going, but definitely there is a change taking place now.
Very good. Now, so let's talk a bit about museums, right? You know, museums are really important in the story we're weaving here. They are custodians of identity. They could play a much bigger role. How do you conceptualize the role of museums in building, one, national identity, you know, two, playing a role in just driving national development? Broadly speaking, museums, and what does that mean for you at the Yemisi Shilo Museum?
I'm glad that you say this at the end, because I was going to start saying, for us, the issue of building national unity is not an issue. It's not in our mission. It's not what we are trying to achieve. The important thing here is that we talk of a museum, but there is no museum. There are museums. And each of us, each one has or can have a different mission. So what is the mission of the museum where I work? I can tell you. We are within an educational institution, and we see our mission not as changing society in that sense of the big national issues or national development. No, we see it as the impact that we can have on persons. So when we always say, in our case, that we are not a collection center museum. If I were the director of the National Museum, for me, the most important thing will be the collection. I have a heritage in my hands. What do I do with it? That will be the main question. So it will be about preservation, about documentation, about dissemination, about display. But I am not in the National Museum. Let me take another example. If I were the director of the Randall Center here in Lagos for Yoruba culture, my mission will not be national. It will not be the educational mission that we have at the Shillong Museum. It will be a different one, to promote, to push something else, related, in this case, to Yoruba tradition, heritage, culture. Now, if I were the director of the new museum in Benin, I will still have a completely different mission that, in some ways, it could be related to these big national issues, but again, it's more circumscribed, it is smaller, but more focused. So there are many museums, there are many missions, and depending what the mission of the museum is, why we are, this is something that in our museum, we were very fortunate. We opened in 2019. Then for us, COVID was a blessing in disguise, but a blessing, because we opened the museum and a few months later we had to close it down. And then we remain working from home. We remain working. We work all of them full-time from home. And it gave us time to think, to ask ourselves, what do we want to achieve with this museum? So the result of those months there was that we produced I don't know if it was good, but at least a well thought out strategic plan that defined first our mission. Because initially we thought we want to change the world. We are here to change how museums are in Africa. Little by little, we narrow it down. Now, let's see we can change Ibejuleki.
Yes.
We would like to reach the whole world, but let's see we can change the 2,500 students that we have in Pan Atlantic University. Later on, we will see whether we can do more. Perhaps we are not ambitious enough, but we are much more focused. Say, what can we offer to these young boys and girls in a university like Pan Atlantic University? What can we offer that is of value? We don't have a faculty of fine arts in Pan Atlantic University, but we think that we are a very useful unit to the university. And when people ask what, from the Vice Chancellor to everybody else, we repeat the same sentence. What is our role in this university? Facilitating critical thinking. It's not entertaining the tourists. It's not to promote Nigerian art, and we are an art museum. It's not to preserve a heritage, though we try to preserve a heritage. No, it's to help people through art and with art and using art to go beyond art. So for instance, now we are designing a program on civic transmission of civic values through art. How do we transmit respect, solidarity, integrity, etc.? How can we help these young boys and girls develop or question first themselves whether the most important thing for me to do is to get a job in Canada as soon as possible? We need leaders in Nigeria, and these leaders have to come from the people we have, not only in the universities, other institutions and outside education. How can we help them realize that there are other things that are, in a way, more important than their professional development? And we are a university, and we have to be serious in offering a quality university education, professional. But so as a museum, we are engaging them on critical thinking. This is important.
And I really like that idea. And while you were talking, an idea occurred to me, which I've kind of grappled with for a bit. If, for instance, we said that we're going to pass, and I know this is hypothetical, all Nigerian civil servants through your museum, they would spend 1 year in your museum, engaging with the art, engaging with the thoughts, the knowledge, the philosophies, etc., and we spit them out on the other end 1 year later. How could that process alter who these people are, the work they do, and ultimately what we become as a country? What could happen in that process?
You mentioned civil servants, but the question could be broadened to anybody, any citizen. What ultimately is, what do we have to offer? Now we ask ourselves, what do we have to offer? We ask ourselves. You know, in our museum, we have like a little in-house joke that the other 5, because we are only 6, the other 5 know that many times I come in the morning, we meet there, oh, good morning, how was the night, this and that, and they know that many times I'm going to ask them a question. They are ready. And the question is, why are we here for? Like a joke, because it's the same question repeated again and again. Is why are we here for? And they and I know what they are supposed to say, what they want to say, and I know what I am expecting them to say. We are here to offer a service to society through art. And how do we do this? By engaging them, blah, blah, blah. And then, okay. So what do we have to offer? We have to offer, it's like opening windows, allowing people to discover some things. Now, if you bring 100 civil servants or 100 whatever, many of them will be busy looking at the phone. They will not see what is outside the window. They will be sending messages. They will be concerned about the generator in their house that has to be repaired, and they, fair. I understand it, and I'm not criticizing it. But if there are 1 or 2 there who suddenly are surprised, are touched, and then they start asking questions, they start looking, and then we can engage them. Then we can give them resources and tools to advance that. Then is when we can have some impact. I have just finished writing, and probably will be published next week, an article that I have titled "Learning to See." It will appear in the newspaper next week or the following one. I have already sent it to the newspaper, and it's learning to see. You know, in the schools, when we are young, they teach us to read. Fair. We need. They teach us to count. Fair. They teach us to write. Fair. We need it. They teach us increasingly to compute or to use digital means to interact with the outside world. Fair. But they don't teach, or at least, I don't know of any place in Nigeria. I know of a couple of places outside Nigeria where this is done. They don't teach us to see. And we take it for granted that because I can, because my eyes are okay, I can see. No. There are things that the trained eye can see, not because it has better vision or better lenses, no, because it's capable of seeing more. We all have the experience, for instance, with a doctor. An experienced medical doctor, when the patient is coming, in most cases, even before the test results have come and the X-ray or whatever, the experienced good doctor, by the skin, by the way this person looks or moves, say, oh, I think this person may have this problem. Now, I look at somebody and I cannot notice anything on his medical condition or her medical condition by looking, because no. So learning to see, now apply to the visual arts, is learning to see. I wish we could help more people to learn to see. To learn to see in ordinary life, not only in museums. This is something that if at the end of this 1 year, it will be tough to have somebody like this for 1 year, it will be tough. But if at the end of the year, that person were to go out with a greater capacity to see things, to notice things, to appreciate things. You know, the museum that you see behind me, the building, this is concrete that is stained. And it's rough concrete. That's why it's not homogeneous. And it has an extraordinary quality. Yesterday, I have a visitor. It was a young artist who is doing, she studied abroad in SOAS and an artist there. And she's doing a residency in Nigeria. And I told her, let's go out and touch this and see it at close range. It's extraordinary. and it's concrete, that is reddish, but it has a wonderful quality. Now, many people will come to the museum and will not realize, okay, most will remember that is orange, but little else. Some of them will think that it's made of metal because they will not have looked at close range. That's one of the things, there are many others, but this is one that comes to my mind that I would like people coming here and spending some time to go out with. That's why for us, the tourist, the casual visitor who comes, takes a selfie like this, like that, and puts it in Instagram, we don't care. We don't care. It's wonderful, very good. We encourage people to put a photo in Instagram, but this doesn't leave anything behind. We want.
Well, how does that process work? So I'm trying to get into some of the things that you do at the museum.
For instance, we have been working quite a lot in the museum on object-based learning methodologies. We haven't invented anything. In Nigeria and in Africa, there are very few places where people are using it, we are pushing it. But in others, it's more. So we start with objects that you can touch. In some of them you cannot, but objects in general you can touch, you can see, you can engage. And then you start from there and you start asking questions. Who made this? What was it made for? What material is made of? What was it used for? Was it, again, to decorate a wall? Take, for instance, we have there in the ground floor, in the area where we have more traditional knowledges, we have several of these divination trays, the point fa, the trays, carved. Okay, there is engaging. Who made this? How was it used? So it's a process. How do we do it? By engaging first with the object, and through the object, start asking questions. We repeat there in the museum that we are a museum. Before, we used to use an expression that is very common in the US. That we say, we, as all university museums, we are a teaching museum. Till one day, thinking about it, we thought, are we a teaching museum? And we said, not really, because we are not in the business of teaching. We are in the business of people learning. So for us, what is important is not to teach you. We are not here to teach you. We are here for you to learn. And if you learn, we have succeeded. So how do we do this learning? By helping you learn by yourself. We don't give lectures. We don't teach. So when we have, for instance, kids from schools, we explain a few things, but we don't give them lecture because after 2 minutes they are bored. And we engage them, say, okay, do you see this? Can you draw it? First reaction, I don't know how to draw. Nobody has touched me. And then we tell them, don't worry, draw it. And in the process of drawing it, they have to look at it visually. And then they start engaging. Then you can move. So how do we do it? By engaging, and this requires time. That's why we are not keen on brief visits. Even with the schools, we try to convince them, can you come for a day, a whole day? And then we engage you. And can we start with secondary school children that can also already engage in conversations that are more meaningful? So, okay, we are learning also. We are starting on this, but we are clear about what we would like to achieve and how we would like to achieve it.
Yeah. I have a question that probably combines your architecture and art. If you had a blank check and you were to rethink, redesign, recreate any open space in Lagos to really reflect our personality, who we are, our energies, etc., connect us to our past and our future, blank check, where would that be? And what are the features you put in this space to reflect who we are and give us hope that we can achieve our future?
First, I will ask myself, what do I want to achieve? Then most likely, I haven't thought about it, never thought of anybody giving me a blank check for that. But probably I will say, can I start with people, with the persons? what can I do that is of value to, in this case you mentioned Lagos, that is of value to Lagos. Then I will think of the pedestrian. I will, if I had a blank check, I will start with urban architecture or urban issues, not with architecture, not with a wonderful building. No, I will spend my money on sidewalks, on planting trees, on creating urban spaces where people in a safe, clean, and conducive environment can meet. What can we do with the street vendors? This is a big problem. They need to be there. Understand? The solution is not to bring a vehicle and take their poor people. They have to survive. This is not the solution. But what can we do? What environment? Now, some elements of the solution go beyond the merely architectural, obviously. But from an architectural point of view, what can we create? How can we create spaces that serve our needs, not for the tourist who comes, oh, wonderful. No, for the woman or the man who is there sitting by the sidewalk, selling something that is of little value, but is all she has. What can we offer for them? What can we do to make it better, that they don't have to be there under the sun? And with all the fumes of the cars and all. So if I have a blank check, I will start with a regeneration project. Perhaps I will start with Lagos Island, the old Lagos Island. Many things have been lost, but there are still many things that could be. Perhaps some streets could become pedestrian streets, clean, safe. I don't know, perhaps I will move in that direction. Definitely not in creating a building that later, oh, this was designed by Jess Castellote. I don't care. But the people there, and that will take a big amount of money. The check will have to be.
Excellent. Now, another question. If you could go back in time and if you could work with any of Nigeria's historical artists, who's the one artist you'd love to sit in the studio with or hang out with and create a project with? And what project would that be?
There are quite a few, but what I have been fortunate of working quite closely with a good number of artists. It's not only Benos Agai when I did the book on him, or Kola de Oshinowo when I did another book, or the first book that I did that was on collectors, and in the process I had to meet many artists. For years I have been visiting artists in their studios. Many of my weekends have been spent visiting artists for years, now less, but for years. So I don't know whom. Perhaps I will choose one that is still alive and is not well known.
Okay.
Probably if I say the name, nobody, or if anybody knows him, I will be glad. Chris Afuba.
And who?
You know him? Chris Afuba. Okay, you see,
I have seen it, but I have no.
Okay, so he's a 74 or 75-year-old man. He used to be the head of department in IMT ENUGU. He's now retired, but he's still working. Every time I have gone to ENUGU in the past years, and I have gone quite frequently because I have a couple of projects there, I used to go to his studio, and I always said, I wish I had more time to be there chatting with an old wise man who always having very interesting ideas. And so, okay, I could say, okay, I would have loved to meet Benengwangu. Yes, definitely. Or Chris Okeke. Yes, definitely. Or others. But I think I'm very happy of having met at close range, having met Benos Agai there in his studio. And he was a very simple man there, and we used to have great time chatting.
Another idea I have is, you know how we think that we're really divided as a country? You know, we think we're divided by ethnicity, we think we're divided by religion. somehow, I think if we ask the question of how do Nigerians see like aesthetics, what's their preference for art? And if we could form like a word cloud of what they describe, I tend to think that we will say this kind of the same things, and if that's the case, shouldn't we be thinking of how to use art to create something bigger than religion, bigger than ethnicity, that would hold us together? Something that is more unifying, that breaks down many of these lines and can give us something to look up to in building that society we want to live in. What are your thoughts on this idea?
Let me start with a small sample. We organized last year an exhibition that we call Arewa, with interrogation mark. And it came out because we were thinking here in the South, most of us, even professionals of the art world, like myself, we know so little of what is going on up north. We don't know. We have a series of prejudices, of misconceptions, of ignorance, and we think, okay, up there, not much. And we said, let's question this. Let's see what we can. So we invited a young curator, young lady, Aisha Ilma, and she's based there in the north, and with her we came in contact with, I think it was over 40 artists from the north. We managed to bring their works, and we organized a wonderful exhibition that was at the museum for 3 months with over 80 works from the north. And for us, for me personally, and I think for most people who saw it here, was a discovery. And it broke barriers. And really now I look at the north, whatever is the north, that's why we put it in interrogation, because there are many norths, like there are many. But it helped us, and not only me, to part of something that is larger. And we shared a common language, and we have some common concerns. And we are, in a way, part of the same, not family, but part of the same unity, or the same, we are part of something larger than us. So, and this came through contact with artworks. Only in a few cases, the artists could come from the north, from wherever they were. Some of them were in Abuja, many of them were all over, from Maiduguri to Sokoto, to Birninkevi, so it was an interesting. So yes, art has a capacity to bring us together. We have an artwork, we have at least 15 or 20. You remember a few years ago, probably in the late 80s or early 90s, now I don't remember, a Nigerian footballer, Sam Oparaji, died on the pitch. You remember?
Yeah, in Lagos.
So then Olaku did a painting that is a figure with a football in the hand, a large crowd down there, and this person is the footballer, is alone, and the large crowd is there. And we use it a lot when bringing people say, what are the issues that unite us in the country? Football is one. When Oparaji died, we all felt it. And nobody said, but he is Igbo, I don't care. No, he is one of us in the team, in the national team, and it was felt mostly across the country. Even myself, I felt it. So now, football is not the most important element for unity, obviously, but there are things, and art can do that better than football.
Exactly. Exactly. I believe that.
Now, but this has to be explored. This has to, in this case, it cost us good money locally. We got somebody who put a little bit of money to put together, because just the transport of the artworks from the north till here, it was millions. And they bringing it back and forward. So luckily we got somebody putting some money. So these things also need money, need resources. We were lucky to get a competent curator, knowledgeable, who have access and who knew more than what we knew. But it's possible, and art can do that.
And for the audience, we're going to open it up for Q&A in another few minutes after this question. Please use the Q&A tab to type in your questions. I'll read them out and I'll give full attribution to who posts the question. But Jess, again, this question about the importance of art, right? If, for instance, the government, because it's the government that typically does stuff like this, bans art for like a decade in Nigeria, what could happen? Would we miss it? What would change in our everyday experiences, in our everyday life?
I think very little. First, the power of government is very limited. Do you think an artist is going to stop because a politician or a civil servant or somebody somewhere in Abuja decides that art is banned? Do you think an artist is going to stop?
So no. You can't sell, you can't exhibit, you can't visit any museums, you can't go to any galleries.
We will have other avenues. We will do public art. Let's see what Jalili Atiku is doing of performances. Say music. Okay, you can ban performances of music in certain venues, but people will continue singing in the shower or singing. There are things, and art will take something, will change the format or the media that the artist will use. The market will change, definitely. But if I like art, even if I cannot go to a gallery, I'm sure I will continue knowing of some artists and I will be talking with them. And if buying is forbidden, perhaps I will have other arrangements with them. No, I think this is so much part of what we are as human beings, that a decree, no matter how powerful, no matter how totalitarian a state could be, thinking that they can ban something like this. No, I think the effect will be real, and it will force us to modify channels and behavior, but it will not stop art from flowing, because we will continue needing it, and the artists will continue wanting to, or they will continue having something to say through art. So, well.
So I have a question. I have the question from Uzoma Okoye, and he or she says, "I'm interested in your take on the relationship between the critical thinking that you're looking to teach at the museum and design thinking."
Okay, let me give you another example. We discussing with some of the lecturers in the computer science department of the university. We thought, what do we have that could be useful for you, people in computer science? And then we came with a plan to engage them in an issue related to creativity. Of course, they say you as a computer coder or as somebody designing programs or applications, you have to be creative. You have to invent new things. You have to create. And we said, okay, bring them to the museum. We put them in front of some artworks, and we tell them, think, and this was critical thinking, think how these artists may have come to this end. What type of mental processes to create? Of course, what this artist is creating is a painting, a sculpture, an installation. What you have to create is an application or something else, different things. But developing the creative abilities and the way of thinking in a creative way. So then once this finished, we ask them, say, okay, what impact has this had on you, the students? And we were surprised that many of them, perhaps some of them say it because they had to say something and they say, yes, a lot. But I think genuinely, sincerely, some of them meant it, because they question, why does this fellow put this color and not other color? Or this line? Exactly. It's not a rational thing. It's a creative thing. So can I use this attitude or this skill or this approach for what I have to do, that is now to write a code for a program. I don't know whether it had a real impact or not, but we are experimenting. We want to see how we can do it. And we are not teaching them, we are just helping them to think critically, to engage, to think. I don't know if I answered your question, but
I think it's a good response, and it got me also thinking, how else can we institutionalize this type of thinking, right? Shouldn't we be looking to integrate this or incorporate it into our curriculum? You know, at least at the
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
To Southeast News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. I think the Harmattan is really getting on, and people are beginning to feel refreshed by that wind. But as I usually say, stay safe is the best option. In the headline, ex-aviation minister Stella Odua arraigned over 5 billion naira corruption charges. Stay with us for this and more.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
ENUGU state government is to restrict tricycles and yellow buses from several major highways in ENUGU town. The announcement has generated mixed reactions among transport unions. Signaturetv's correspondent Chinemere Mikegminam reports.
A major shift has come into ENUGU transport sector just months after the commissioning of the 5 modern bus terminals and the unveiling of 200 CNG-powered buses. The state government is now working towards full deployment and dedication operation of its BRT buses across major roads in ENUGU. Under the new arrangement, tricycles, yellow buses, and mini buses will be restricted from operating along high-traffic corridors across the city. The Commissioner for Transport, Dr. Obiozo, who announced the new measures, listed the affected corridors to include Obara Avenue, Abakaliki Road, New Haven Junction, Naira Triangle to Emene Airport. Also affected is the Ogui-Chime Naira Triangle axis, the New Haven Basilica, Rangers Avenue, Ogui Presidential, Wayek, Mpokete, and the entire Abani Road stretch. The commissioner maintained that the tricycle were never designed for high-speed highways as their presence on major roads threatens both safety and efficiency.
The BRT buses have been operating skeletally for the past 90 days, and as a holiday approaches, the program wants to, of course, roll out in earnest. So there was some level of miscommunication between the ministry and some critical stakeholders, including the union. From National Union to return to the Amalgamated Tricycle Union. And of course, we've been in partnership for a long time, and we decided to come together to clear the air and address some of their concerns.
The government said it has procured 200 CNG-powered ENUGU State Rapid Bus Service (BRT) and 4,000 electric taxis, many of which will be assembled at Anamco. 84 new bus shelters have also been completed, and the card payment system is being expanded for cashless commuting. But while stakeholders acknowledge the government's vision, many union leaders did not wholeheartedly agree, raising strong concerns about the impact on their members.
Even if this thing will come to pass, let it be given a second thought. One, to provide another means that is an alternative for those who are going to be, those who are going to be victims of, because keke is not even cheap. Those who bought keke with their own money, some of them sell land to buy the keke. When once you say that in a PAM, that person don't finish you.
The chairman of the Road Transport Employers Association, Chidebere Aniago, urged that pushing out members of the union from the routes will force them into unemployment and hunger and worsen insecurity.
There's hardship, everyone knows that. If we can check the time, we are just trying to advise. We know we don't have the capacity to stop government on what they want to do. But we are advising because everything is about local. We are the one that used to discuss with all these poor masses. You might be here, I don't know what is going on locally. The whole information flow from us. If we can check the timing. Two, you know, business, monopoly is not good when it comes to business. Even if government wants to bring 50,000 BRT, we are in support of it. It's good. But if they can allow the minibus to apply those routes, I believe if there's competition, business will move.
The chairman of the National Union of Road Transport Workers, Augustine Ago, argued that without involving seasoned transport operators, the reform risks instability and mismanagement.
We are graduates for crying out loud. We are not, gone are the days when you pick up people from anywhere and say, come and lead a union as big as union or return. We are graduates for crying out loud. And we present to the ministry, we can manage these things. If not completely managing it, we can partner with your company, the company that the government brought, to make this thing work efficiently and effectively.
The union leader said the reforms, though promising, could worsen hardship if workers are excluded from the new transport economy. Responding to the concerns, the general manager, Femodec Express, in charge of ENUGU State Rapid Bus Service, Omishore Abiodun, noted that no transport worker will lose his job under the new arrangement. He said opportunities under the new transport system will be open to all based on merit.
We should be open to change. I have seen this practically. We've seen people crouch in tricycles because they are struggling roads with high capacity buses and trucks. It doesn't work like that. And the system is not taking you out of job. Please note, the system is creating a more conducive atmosphere for us to run simultaneously. For you, sir, you might not know where all your tricycles are right now. We can tell you where our buses are right now because of the system being put in place. We can track drivers. With the bus code on those buses, I can tell you who drove a bus on a particular day. I can tell you the amount of revenue that is generated on that buses. What is the time for maintenance? We have those systems in place.
The commissioner later inaugurated a joint review committee comprising ministry officials and union representatives to finalize operational details ahead of the BRT launch. The Enugu state government insists the reform will modernize transportation, reduce travel time, and strengthen safety, while union leaders warn that their members must not be sacrificed in the process. In Enugu, Chinemere Mikebunam, Signaturetv News.
State Police Command has banned the sale and unauthorized use of fireworks during the festive season, warning that violators will face prosecution. Commissioner of Police Maman Giwa emphasized that the measure is crucial for public safety, stating that the ban is intended to prevent criminals from exploiting fireworks to commit offenses or create panic. Police are also warning against bush burning during the Harmattan season, describing it as hazardous and capable of endangering life and destroying property. Residents are urged to remain vigilant, cooperate with security personnel, and report suspicious persons or activities. Uchechi, wife of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of indigenous people of Biafra, said her husband is fighting against forces darker than those Nelson Mandela faced in South Africa. She emphasized that Kanu was not a terrorist, but Africa's greatest freedom fighter, maintaining that he is the leader of millions of Biafrans scattered all over the world. Kanu is currently serving a life sentence at Sokoto Custodial Center after being convicted by Justice James Omotosho of an Abuja Federal High Court for charges related to terrorism, stemming from his agitation for the actualization of the sovereign state of Biafra. Former Minister of Aviation, Senator Stella Odua, has been arraigned before the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory on 5 billion naira corruption charges. Odua was put on trial by the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, on 5 counts relating to advance fee fraud and conspiracy. She is accused of obtaining 2.4 billion naira through Broad Waters Resources from the Federal Ministry of Aviation and collected 1.6 billion naira and 839 million naira through fraudulent means. Odua denied the charges and was granted bail on self-recognizance. She must deposit a traveling passport with a court and not travel outside Nigeria without permission. And now to Anambra State, where the police command has arrested a 26-year-old armed robbery suspect, Gochukwu Uzo, during a major offensive operation at Iowa Odepe in a Owaru local government area of the state. Uzo is said to be the leader of several criminal gangs operating across Anambra and neighboring states, and was apprehended by operatives of the Rapid Response Squad, or KUZO, after he was heavily injured during the operation. A locally made Beretta pistol and 11 live ammunition rounds were recovered from the suspect, who confessed to his involvement in the abduction and subsequent murder of a member of the Anambra State House of Assembly, Azuka Justice, on December 24, 2024. The police have described Uzo as a notorious and dangerous criminal with a long history of violent offenses, and his arrest is seen as a significant breakthrough in the fight against violent crime in the state. The police have urged the public to remain vigilant and cooperate with law enforcement agencies in the continued fight against crime. Still in Anambra State, the police command has warned that any resident found with unauthorized police kits, including uniforms and other accessories, will face immediate arrest and prosecution. A new enforcement measure aims to prevent impersonation, extortion, and other security breaches involving fake security personnel. According to Commissioner of Police Ikioyo Rutugo, security uniforms remain classified government property and their unlawful possession constitutes a criminal offense. Police will intensify visibility policing and conduct thorough verification of personnel identities during operations. Residents are urged to remain vigilant and report suspicious individuals impersonating security personnel. Directive follows a recent incident where gunmen posing as security operatives attacked a convoy belonging to a former governor of Anambra State. That's the news. When we return, we'll start our conversation. What are we talking about? When you join us, you'll find out. Stay with us.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Back, and here we are. Everywhere in Nigeria, there is a talk of insecurity. And when you talk about insecurity, there are so many things that people talk about and so many that are left not spoken about. Today, we happen to have in the studio with us someone who does not only look at insecurity from that perspective, but is looking at it from a perspective of a poet, perspective of an author, perspective of a writer. Most of all, is drawing a line. For many in Nigeria and the international community, what happened during the reign of President Jonathan, what I would term the Chibok affairs, was something that was stunning, and nobody could believe that over 200 people could be abducted at the same time. But did it happen? Yes, it did. Did we learn lessons from it? We may claim we did. But with the recent happenings, it does appear as if lessons learned, but what happened after? Probably not lessons properly learned. But that's also by the way. For my guest today, Gregory Olisa Odiakosa. He's a man of many parts, but I'll leave that for him to introduce himself. But one path that is unique is the art of writing poetry, art of writing poems that reflects the current situation of things. Right now, he's going to introduce himself. I won't do that. Greg, you're welcome. But please feel free and introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here on Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Gregory Odiakosa is my name. My friend Barikumo has rebaptized me Olisa. That one is Osaji.
Osaji.
Olisaji, yes, my Igbo name. So I have been in the media for quite a while, a long time really. I was a broadcaster, got climbed to an administrator, and after 35 years, I've retired, and right now I'm doing my little things, private things, along life.
Along life. I like that part of along life. I remember that one of those things that you do that has to do with a long life is something that shows the element of patriotism in you.
Yeah.
Padu good.
Yeah. It's been a long journey. I started it quite a long time ago. Padu Good is a character that is worried, loves Nigeria with passion, loves the people, but is disappointed at the showings of particularly our leaders. He's not happy with the way things are going because he believes that things can be right, because we are so endowed by God that nobody in this country should be suffering at all. Should be no kind of deprivations. But unfortunately, so Padu Good goes around, talking about different issues, which he normally does, sometimes in a humorous way, sometimes in very serious ways. But Mr. B is Barikumo. At some point, I actually got so disenchanted with everything, I decided to, maybe it's time to give it up.
Really?
Because you're talking to adults who are not interested. So I decided maybe it's better we start working with children so that you can catch them from the very cradle when they're still young and not too formed. Because adults, it's very difficult to change a personality at that age. But all said and done, the ache is still there. The love for the country is still there. But we have learned to take it easy. Do the little part you can and then leave the rest and then continue to hope that one day it will get better.
So, as a poet, is it always lamentations, especially looking at it from the perspective of over 200 girls abducted, and at the end of the day, the count is still going on in that some have still not been rescued. So, what angle do you take when you remember the Chibok girls?
Well, Mr. B, the truth is that the artist, the creative artist, the poet, if you're a dramatist, you are in a society, you're part and parcel of the society. You see what is happening, you feel it. The only difference is that probably you have this, you think deeper, can see beyond. Sometimes I even tend to ascribe some kind of prophetic utterances from those who write and speak and perform, because everybody is endowed with one gift or the other. There's a talent that you think you have, and if you dispose yourself to positively use that talent for the good of society, always art ordinarily is normally against evil and will promote truth and goodness. So as somebody who has this consciousness, you're ill at odds most times to represent the mirror what you see the way it is. But like you said, it is also possible for you to also look at another angle. Beyond complaining about darkness, you light like a candle, which is what I intend to do with Chibok Virgins. Because if you look at the book, and the book virtually says everything that is happening right now. It was a book that was written 2 years ago. I've not been able to present it publicly, but if you read it from beginning to end, it's just what we are seeing today. And why are we at this juncture? Because we are so laid back, especially our leaders. This is something that ought to have been nipped in the bud, but it was politicized. People are not here on Signature TV. Your first question is, what do I offer my audience? Your first is always thinking about your audience. What do they want? What will satisfy them? What will bring them up? But those we purportedly re-elect and elect all the time appears to forget the fact that they're actually supposed to be serving us, our interests, our well-being. Look at the basic, today is World Human Rights Day. Basic fundamental rights of humans. Do we have it really? Security, food, freedom of expression. Was it not on Tuesday, some people, some women who were peacefully protesting were spied in a country that is practicing democracy, a country that is secular? There are so many things to complain about and cry over in this country. But, we keep, yes, I was going to say that this book wouldn't stop here. I also intend to, and it's already finished, bring out a good number of other things from it. We're going to have a workshop workbook for teenagers, especially girl child. There's also going to be a music album, that's going to come out of it to kind of give them. Some people are trying to destroy and put them down. These follow-up projects will be aimed at lifting them.
Lifting up.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's have a little insight into, because you said 2 years ago and it's happening now. It's like being prophetic. Let's have an insight into some of those things that you said 2 years ago that is in this book and are becoming prophetic.
Okay, the second poem, for instance, paints a picture of Aso Rock and paints another picture of Sambisa as another country. In fact, there's a poem in one of them called "The Country Called Sambisa."
Can we get a sneak?
Okay. That's the Sambisa, right?
Yes, the Sambisa.
The country called Sambisa. They went to war in Liberia, in Sierra Leone and Somalia, and won them freedom. At our doorposts, in their backyards, the mayhem plus atrocity of brothers against sisters is bred, buttressed, and condoned. They wiped mucus from others' noses, but couldn't staunch our bleeding noses. I see guns and grenades falling, uniforms running and diving, running home for dear life, only to get home and dance to Idris' classic country, jaga jaga, everything scatter scatter, poor man suffer suffer, bossa bossa, gunshot in the ear, not air, ear, living in the land of deaf ears, not yet to Huru, Sambisa. Well, this the first one actually. This is what I should have. This is what will portray this better. Sorry.
Okay.
Deaf ears and dead hearts at Aso. If only the rock at Aso could be transformed into a long, solid bridge and a fast ambulance train, so they could race over to save us. To save some dying youths. I wish the throne at Aso had some wise ears, large enough to eavesdrop on our miserable slave cells, to hear the endless screams punctuating every 5 seconds of our daily lives dreary, at every corner of this cursed camp, of 100 maidens' pride and future careers sacrificed heartlessly in the Sambisa rival palace. What does their envoy who visit the Sambisa throne really tell them?
I like the way you ended. What does the envoys who visit the Sambisa throne really tell them? Many a times it's easy for us to. There was a report we carried yesterday where in one of those IDP camps you find a situation that is not only intriguing. On the surface it looks okay, but when you hear the storyline, it's demoralizing. How? In this situation, you find where those who were victims and are now in the ID camps are still victims. But those who are repentant Boko Haram people are the owners of shops in the IDP camps.
Really?
Yes, we carried that report on Signaturetv. And something struck me. Because during the interview, both parties were interviewed. Those who were repentant and those who were the victims. And what struck me was the fact that it does appear as if once you are a victim, it takes forever to change your faith. Now, given that scenario and what you just painted, what can we tell the younger generation? What legacy are we leaving for the younger generation? You are the poet. You are the one that can use words to paint pictures of pain, paint pictures of happiness and joy. Given from that time and 2 years ago when you decided to embark on this, do you think we have hope?
A lot actually depends on us, the people.
I like that positive attitude.
Yeah, because Barry, to tell you the truth, if you let these guys, this will continue on and on and on and on. Because there's a saying that goes like, it's a cliche, who will remove sugar when they put inside a man. So we have so much laid undue emphasis on the plums of office. Fat salaries, fine cars, latest cars, all those extraneous things. Instead of focusing on what did I come here to do? What am I supposed to be doing? How am I serving my people? Those questions are not asked. And the unfortunate thing is that those of us who are not in the corridors of power are not making them to be accountable enough. Nobody asks anybody any question. The chief executive of any state can wake up and do whatever he wants to do. Send you. It has now gotten so worse now that even if you decide to protest, you have roadblock. If you're not maimed, you get killed. Is it the court you will run to? But who knows that one day the trumpet will sound and our people will wake up. You know what I mean by the trumpet sounding? The trumpet at Trump got interest, yes. And people sat up.
Is it really that people sat up?
What is it? What you had pretenses after the complaints.
I like that word, pretenses.
Yes, and then you started hearing stories that how many these people have in capital. Yeah. But these are all window dressing.
Okay.
We're not serious yet.
Okay, Greg. I like the way this conversation is going. I want to believe more positive things will come out of it.
So, sorry, I didn't lie though. So I was saying that...
Are you taking off?
It depends on us, the people.
Uh-huh.
We need to begin to ask questions. We need to start using the powers the Constitution gave us. We need to stop pandering to people who bring money, give you money during elections and so on. Because we have seen that it doesn't work now. It should dawn on us that they keep you subjugated, they keep you poor. At the end of the day, if they give you 5,000, you accept it. They will go back and start living like kings and queens.
Let me pause.
We need to wake up.
Let me pause you there. Take you to just November 8th. You know where I'm taking you to?
No.
To your state.
Anambra.
Anambra elections.
I was not there.
Was held, no problems. Was held on November 8th. But the beautiful thing is just what you are talking about. Everybody was enlightened enough to know that they can vote for whoever they choose.
Yeah.
But they decided to sell their vote for various amounts of money.
About Hunger Day.
Many were caught on camera.
Hunger Day.
So
Hunger Day.
Hold it. We're talking about accountability.
Yeah.
Now, if you feel that there is hunger in the land, and I feel there is hunger in the land, how do we get those we've elected into office to be accountable to us? How do we hold them accountable?
I think we all need to increase our momentum in terms of complaints. Let's stop complaining and begin to educate our people, do some more enlightenment campaigns. And already, I know Signaturetv is doing that. All other media houses need to start doing that. We need to even start having NGOs and groups, religious groups, that their work will just be to begin to, let our people know, activate their sense if there's anything like that. Let us begin to think with our brain. If we can do that in a very massive way, I believe that people will consciously now begin to know and do the right thing, especially when it comes to electing those who will represent us and be in charge of our fate for 4 years, 8 years. I think that's just we just have to keep talking and training people, through all sorts of maybe jingles, even music. Our musicians, I don't think they are doing enough. Most times, they're just talking boy, girls, love, in quotes. But some of them are doing well. I respect Idris. There are a good number of them who knows it is part of what they ought to be doing to conscientize our young people to get more politically conscious, to want to be active in what is happening around you, not all this European League and people just spend their time sometimes, wastefully, forgetting the main basic. It's just like, problem plenty. It's just like this constant incursions in people's bushes and stuff. And many people are just sitting down watching, but people are invading your community, stopping you from farming, stopping you from going to school or work, endangering even the heads you have, and you're not doing anything about it. Meanwhile, there are hierarchy of leadership from community level to state, and everybody's keeping quiet. Those who are supposed to be talking are not talking. Ross, the problem is deep. I'm telling you.
But even if it's that deep, it's not insurmountable. You know that the Igbos, I'll paraphrase it, say that if we complain that something is wrong with the community or the land, some people are getting the profits from it. So let's just ask ourselves simple questions. This is the Southeast. And when you talk about the Southeast, there is a phrase they use that buru buru.
Gidi gidi bueze.
Gidi gidi bueze. Now, if it is, why are we losing the trend? And why are we losing the thread of coming together as a people to ensure that things are done properly? Let's remember this. You know, you did say that there is problems and it's deep. Well, let's step back a bit and ask ourselves, if our homes and various households, we've done enough talking and teaching in our households, when they come out to the streets, to the stages, they will be the one that will represent us. They will be the one that will say, it's time to stop selling your votes. But if we all are laid back and our children come out, they want to follow the trend. They want to boast that others were paying 5,000 per vote. I got 20,000 for my vote.
That's why I said we all need to see it, first of all, as a duty. This is something, a duty that is obligatory on all of us. Those who are educated, those who are highly placed, those who are influencers, you know, all of us should know that this is, and if you see the way sometimes I get disturbed about this thing, especially the Igbo factor that we've just came through now. The Igbo person, the pride has become so much, it's become so too loud. But there are some basic things that we fail to look at, and I don't know why our thought leaders do not ask themselves questions like, why don't we ever get to speak with one voice? Why can't we ever get to be united consistently? All the time you're finding people who are more interested in sabotaging group interest, corporate interest of Igbo for the benefit of, for their own selfish interests. They're ready to go to any length. I don't want to start citing examples, but this is an obvious fact. So I think there's a need. It is something that has been ringing in my head. I think there's a need for us to begin an Igbo-ness consciousness now. Because even at a point, it became as if the Igbo person was an endangered species. We've all seen what has been happening. You know, yet we're not doing anything consciously, strategically about it. If it is in places where we have people who are, you know, I don't know what, I don't want to say, because that may sound derogatory to the rest of us, but we have seen enough to wake us up into having a conscious movement to gather ourselves together, gather our wealth together, to build our area economically, socially, or what have you. Some people have to start that, and
I think
and
that's,
getting the prompting to do
no,
that.
I think that's the problem. The problem is, you just said somebody has to start.
Yeah.
You know the story of who bailed the cat?
Yes.
Oh, after the long meeting, and everybody said, just bail this cat. Once this cat is bailed, by the time the cat is coming, we'll all hear the sound and we'll all escape.
There's another one about they came to take the Marxist. I kept quiet.
Mhm.
They came to take the, different kinds of ideologies.
Still kept quiet.
Until it came to my...
So-
that is the thing.
So-
Don't worry, there's one proverb. Do you speak Igbo on your channel?
Feel free.
Okay. Mili don neju, don wanketa. It is there. It is something we need to do, look at, and begin to forge for ways, of circumventing.
You know why I have an issue with forge, because we're still going back to who bails the cat. Let me give you a typical example of what's at play. When Sit at Home started, it was like it will end the next day. It didn't. Businesses crumbled. Some people died. Some barely survived. But that was not the issue. The issue was, could the Southeast have come together to forge a path that would have made the Southeast one? Remember, when a similar situation sprang up in the Southwest and was headed by one person, there was this rallying around by the elders of the Southeast to change the situation.
Yeah.
But in the Southeast, it didn't happen. And now, all your suggestions are great, but which group
Maybe Ohaneze.
Ohaneze, for example, I'm not...
I was joking.
No. For example, the last election, yes, they have a new national president. But are you also aware that there is another faction also claiming that their election held in Port Harcourt?
I don't take this seriously.
No. That's not where I'm going. Where I'm going is, Greg, we've been talking for so long. Is it not time for each community? You just talked about people are there, and then they say some people have been attacked in the various communities. Is it not time? While you said something, there is an hierarchy. But why don't we start small? Start small. For example, my community is small, and if we are going to be attacked, we should be the first line of defense.
Some people are already doing it, sir. Some people are already doing it.
If we are the first line of defense, by the time they get to your community, and you're also the first line of defense, they'll begin to know that resistance is there.
Maybe everything has a time when it will unfold. Some skit makers have started urging people to go to churches. So I don't know if you've seen any of those skits.
That may work, may not work.
No, but if you're pushed to the wall and you have nothing else to do, what?
Do you know what I'm saying?
You might decide to do what you, in your rational state, you'll be surprised you did.
But it's a two-way thing. Why is it a two-way thing? Some people may decide not to even go to church and say it's safer at home.
Yeah, sure.
But they can also be attacked at home. So wouldn't the safety ideology begin with... Shouldn't it be, with the fact that we can begin to think of a security ideology right here, right now, and it works out that
I think maybe, Victor Hugo said, an idea whose time has come, nobody can stop it. I have also told myself, probably I may have to start somewhere too and begin to do something. I will also continue praying so that God will enlighten some minds and increase them, give them the enablement to begin to bring solutions to these problems, even if it is in the immediate term. And then in the long run, I tell you, we need to have an Igbo think tank that should project our 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, condition in this economically, socially, and otherwise. Let's pray it will happen soon.
All right, Greg, I need to let you go now. Thank you very much for coming on to Southeast News.
God bless you.
It's been
I
a
hope
pleasure.
you invite me again.
We will, definitely. Why not?
Thank you.
So that's how it's been on this edition of Southeast News, and Greg has been our guest. We hope to invite him again. Greg, I've not signed off.
Okay, I thought I'm not seeing myself there.
No, that's Greg for you. All right, Barik Mwado is my name. We'll be here tomorrow. Thank you.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the
Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Dike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signaturetv trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signaturetv every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signaturetv. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the meat market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Gender Perspectives. This is a program where we explore the realities, the challenges, and the triumphs through the lens of gender in today's world. Now, today we're diving into a topic that is often romanticized but rarely discussed in full, which is on motherhood and mental health. So stay with us as we delve into that right after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Now, many mothers face emotional battles that are hidden behind smiling baby photos and societal expectation. But here's the truth. Motherhood is not just a physical transformation. It's a deeply emotional and psychological journey. To truly understand the complexities of motherhood and mental health, it is important to look beyond the surface, look at the facts, look at the struggles and the experiences that many mothers face every day. So coming up next, we're bringing you a detailed background report that breaks down and reveals the realities of maternal mental health and the societal pressures that shapes a mother.
Motherhood is often celebrated as one of the most joyful and rewarding experiences in a woman's life. Yet, behind the images of smiling mothers and sleeping babies lies a far more complex and often hidden reality, the mental health challenges that many mothers face. The transition to motherhood, whether through pregnancy, childbirth, adoption, or parenting, is both physically demanding and emotionally transformative. For many women, it brings unexpected psychological stress, anxiety, and even clinical depression. In recent years, awareness around maternal mental health has grown, but stigma, misinformation, and systemic gaps in support continue to leave many mothers struggling in silence. This background report explores the realities of maternal mental health, the myths that surround it, and the urgent need for comprehensive care and societal understanding. Maternal mental health refers to a mother's emotional and psychological well-being during pregnancy, childbirth, and the postpartum period, also known as the perinatal period. Mental health challenges during this time can range from short-term emotional changes to serious conditions like postpartum depression, PPD, postpartum anxiety, postpartum psychosis, and birth-related PTSD. According to the World Health Organization (WHO), around 10 to 13% of women globally experience a mental health disorder during pregnancy or after childbirth. In low and middle-income countries, that number rises to nearly 20% due to factors such as poverty, gender-based violence, lack of social support, and limited access to healthcare. Some of the common conditions affecting mothers are baby blues. This affects up to 80% of new mothers and is characterized by mood swings, irritability, and tearfulness in the first few weeks postpartum. Postpartum depression, PPD, affects 1 in 7 mothers and includes symptoms like hopelessness, severe sadness, fatigue, and detachment from the baby. Postpartum anxiety includes excessive worry, panic attacks, and obsessive thoughts related to the baby's safety or the mother's ability to care for the child. Postpartum psychosis, a rare but severe mental health emergency that can include hallucinations, paranoia, and suicidal or infanticidal thoughts. Without treatment, these conditions can have long-term impact on the mother, child, and family unit, including difficulties in bonding, developmental delays in children, and strain on relationships. One of the most significant challenges in addressing maternal mental health is the social stigma and unrealistic expectations placed on mothers. Cultural ideals often portray motherhood as a naturally blissful and fulfilling role, leaving little room for vulnerability, exhaustion, or emotional distress. The concept of the perfect mother, always patient, always joyful, always nurturing, creates a standard that is not only unattainable but deeply harmful. Mothers who don't meet these unrealistic expectations may feel guilt, shame, or fear of being judged as inadequate. Additionally, social media has exacerbated the pressure to appear like the ideal mom. Curated images of smiling babies, spotless homes, and glowing mothers can make those who are struggling feel even more isolated. Many mothers face significant barriers to accessing mental health care, including lack of routine screening for mental health during prenatal and postpartum checkups, limited access to affordable therapy or psychiatric care, fear of judgment or stigma from family and society, concerns about being labeled as unfit or having their children taken away, a general lack of education about maternal mental health. In some cultures, discussing emotional struggles is seen as a sign of weakness, further silencing mothers who need help. To improve maternal mental health outcomes, a multifaceted approach is needed. Routine screening, mental health assessment should be a standard part of all prenatal and postpartum care. Education and awareness, public campaigns can help normalize emotional struggles and encourage help-seeking behavior. Policy support, paid maternity leave, flexible work options, and accessible childcare are essential to relieving the stress on new mothers. Community-based support, peer support groups, hotlines, and culturally competent care can bridge gaps in underserved areas. Motherhood should not come at the cost of mental well-being. Yet, for too many women, the emotional toll of caregiving, compounded by silence and stigma, becomes overwhelming. By dismantling myths, promoting understanding, and ensuring that support is readily available, we can begin to reshape the conversation around maternal mental health, from one of silent suffering to one of shared strength and healing. The mental health of mothers is not just a women's issue, it is a family issue, a healthcare issue, and a societal responsibility.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome back. Well, that report highlights just how layered and often overlooked the mental health challenges of motherhood can be. But behind every statistic is a real story. It's a real person who is navigating the emotional ups and downs of parenting. So now let's go deeper. We're joined by Mrs. Uzamaka Nwachukwu. She's a psychotherapist, she's a mental health practitioner, she's a co-founder, Cope and Live Mental Health Awareness Foundation and Koli Mental Health Academy. And she's here to bring us valuable insights into both personal and professional realities of motherhood and mental health. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, my pleasure.
It's a pleasure to have you here again. So now I would like to know, first of all, what would you say that, or how would you say that motherhood and mental health is being understood in our society, and how well is it addressed?
Okay, I would say that motherhood is a joyful journey, and people are usually carried away with that joyful part of having a baby, 1 year celebration, the reveal of the baby. People are more carried away with the facade, the social media facade, and neglecting the deep responsibilities and also the significant mental health impact that comes with being a mother. And in the society, I don't think we younger people actually understood what it's all about. We are still in that journey of trying to understand what comes with being a mother, and not just the show people see. You have a girl, you have a boy, the pink dress, the blue dress, the twins. Some people even tell I want to have twins, a boy, a girl, and like I said, it's so amazing and important that we talk about the mental well-being of mothers, because even the most resilient mothers struggle. They struggle with mental health. That's why I can understand when some people have come up to tell me, I'm not ready to be a mother. Before, I used to think, this person doesn't know what she's saying. A mother gave birth to you and you don't want to be a mother. But you find out that they don't want to be that mother who wants to go through the responsibility, who wants to face the mental health challenges peculiar to being a mother. Some people wish like, oh, they should just give me a grown baby. Let me just start taking care of a grown baby. Because these mental health challenges are peculiar to mothers. And I don't know if I should go into talking about what are the mental health challenges.
Yes, I'd like you to expand more on that.
For example, let's start with identity loss.
Okay.
Being a mother, sometimes you lose your dreams, you lose your goals, you lose your identity. You are struggling to actually know, who am I? What am I doing? Sometimes you find out that some mothers have given up on their dreams because of the journey of motherhood. And you find out they're actually just managing or going through life just through that lens of the baby. That joy of having a baby. When they see their children, they are managing to be happy because my child is okay. Fine. Now, they have lost on their happiness, their hobbies. You could ask a mother, what are your hobbies? They can't even tell you. Like, I was somebody that love to play lawn tennis, go for swimming. I can't even think of the last time I did that. But thank God for the joy of motherhood that helps to balance this identity loss, that some are resilient enough to also get back and catch up to finding their identity back. Also, we struggle with weight, appearances, looks of being a mother. Some are afraid of losing their so-called fantastic shape, putting on weight, having to even take care of another human being, because the life of a child is totally dependent on a mother. So they find out that they are no longer happy with their physical look. So it's something that takes toll on both their physical, emotional, spiritual, psychological, and even social well-being. You find that some are even isolated from friends. Some mothers that used to be social before, because of the responsibility of being a mother, they barely have friends, they barely keep up with friends, they barely attend support groups, meetings for women and all that. So it's a very big challenge when it comes to identity loss, when it comes to physical appearances. And you know, we women, we love to look hot. You know, it gives us a sense of, how will I say, pride.
Yeah,
that you're a woman, self-confident. So it also affects our self-esteem. That's why so many mothers are also operating from a place of low self-esteem. They feel they are no longer in the game. They are no longer presentable. They are now a mother. And some have also lost hope in taking good care of how they look, how they appear, because of the journey of motherhood. Probably they've not understood how to balance and juggle motherhood and also self-care, taking care of yourself. Another peculiar mental health challenge is what we call the PPD, postpartum depression. It happens a lot of times with women, and in fact we have up to 10 to 15% of that in mothers that must occur. And you find out that many times you don't even know what is going on with them. You find somebody who is happy to be a mother, and when the child comes, they are no longer happy, and it's way past the baby blues. It's no longer the baby blues. It has to do with persistent sadness, fatigue, irritability, isolation, and all that. But at this stage, the person needs counseling, the person needs professional help. And it's also dangerous to the well-being of the child, because the mother is now seeing the child, you are my problem. You created this problem. If I didn't have you, I would have been this, I would have been that, I would have gotten the promotion, I would have studied abroad, I would have gotten at the peak of my career. And if care is not taken, some may become suicidal, trying or thinking of how to harm their babies. For example, we had a recent outreach at a center at Apapa, where we talked to nursing mothers who came to immunize their babies. And we gave them time to talk about how they feel, what the challenges are. And we did this about last week, Wednesday. And you find out they complained about financial struggle, because it's no longer about you anymore. It's about the baby's food.
Yes.
And we're in the economy, you know, when it comes to pampers, wipes, and all that, we know all that. So the financial struggle, the financial dependency, the child depending on the mother, the family to get his or her own life. They also complained about lack of love from our men. Please, our men, we need to do better. In fact, they emphasize more on lack of care, support, and love from their partners, from family members, how they have been left alone to cater for things. You're attending to a child, probably you're pregnant or carrying a baby, the younger one wants attention, and nobody's there to help them. That it sends them ablaze and all that. So we also have what we call postpartum anxiety. These are mental health, specific mental health challenges that mothers do face, whereby they are now a bag of worry. They are fearful for the child's development, the child's well-being. Oh, he's supposed to be talking, she's not talking, she's not walking well. Something has happened, we need to see a doctor. One tooth is coming out, teeth, So the fear, the worry of how the child is developing, whether the child is feeding well or not feeding well. So all these puts in what we call postpartum anxiety. We also have another mental health challenge that is peculiar called postpartum. It's called postpartum. I'm trying to place the name again. Postpartum burnout.
Okay.
Yeah, because of so much lack of sleep deprivation, the mothers no longer sleep. And trust me, when you have a baby, even up to now, I can't remember the last time I had a good night's sleep. Like you go to bed and you don't wake up. You must wake up minimum of 2-3 times to check on the kids, to check on your children. So there is sleep deprivation, poor sleep, and you find out that most mothers are exhausted. They are exhausted. So they have what we call postpartum burnout, which affects them. They also have this issue of OCD, which also gives them what we call obsessive compulsive disorder. Is another mental health challenge that is peculiar to mothers, where they are going or struggling through what we call intrusive thoughts. They are going through this thoughts all the time, and they are being compulsive about their behavior. They're trying to be perfect. They are trying to have these strict rules. This is my child, this is my baby, so the cup needs to be this way, the cup needs to be washed, it needs to be sterilized. You know, before they know it, it becomes a disorder called OCD. So these are the common mental health challenges that are common with mothers in this society as well. And the society is not also making it a fair place. There's another one we call the mom's guilt.
Okay.
Yes, where, you know, when a child is not doing well, the whole finger points to the mother, who is the mother of the child, because the home is the immediate environment of every child. So somehow, fingers point to the mother, who is the mother. So there is this mom's guilt. Am I a perfect mom? Am I doing a good job? My children are not turning out well. This thing, I'm not liking it. This is not what I want for them. And in a bit of doing that, you find that you are making a mistake, or you're affecting even the child's self-esteem, because you are trying to be the perfect parent for your child. So you are easily overwhelmed with guilt, you are easily overwhelmed with shame and all that. So these are the peculiar mental health challenges facing our mothers.
That's quite a lot. I didn't know that it was this. I thought it was just postpartum depression and maybe anxiety, but I didn't know that OCD is also, because people who are mothers also suffer from OCD, but I didn't know that it was also peculiar.
Very much peculiar. Burnout, exhaustion, or guilt.
Wow,
shame.
that's a lot.
Yes.
So, but how do you think, looking at our society, Nigeria, how do you think it is being, do you think it is something that is even being given that much attention? How do you see the way it's addressed?
I don't think it's addressed much, because I don't see a lot of mother support group coming up where they discuss the real issues, the realities on board. And another question is, how much knowledge do they have about mental health? Do they have much mental health awareness, knowledge, and education? So sometimes you also see some women's group, and they discuss other things. You understand? They do their parties, they do their August meeting, they do all manner of things. Probably they discuss whatever, but are they championing the mental health and well-being of mothers? You know, bringing in younger mothers, younger generations, to tell them, prepare them for motherhood. Even the single mothers, even the expecting mothers, this is what motherhood is all about. So we expect more from our elderly mothers to actually form groups, or even in their groups to start looking at topics like mothers, maternal, mental health, the impacts, and the way forward. So no, I think it's still downplayed, because probably of the general lack of awareness and education on what mental health is and what it is not. Because there is still this stigma and misconception that mental health is mental illness, which is not. So I think that knowledge needs to be shared so that they will understand, so that in those their meetings and more support group for mothers, for women, this kind of topics can be talked about.
Right. Now, earlier on, you mentioned when you were talking about was it postpartum depression, you said it's not baby blues. Yes. So I'd like to know, what's the difference between baby blues and PPD?
Okay, the difference is baby blues can go away. It's just be a minor mood swing, mild mood swing. Okay, it's because of baby, I'm not feeling hungry. Maybe the next day you're okay to eat. But when you know it has gone into depression, is that there's no longer pleasure in anything. Even in the things you love doing, you no longer find pleasure in doing them. There is now irritability. Everything around you irritates you. People around you irritate you. There's this aggression. There's this tiredness, fatigue. You don't feel like getting out of bed. You don't feel like going to work. You don't feel like doing anything. So then you need professional help. So it's quite different from mild mood swings of having a baby. Yes.
Yeah, but some people might have issues differentiating the two.
Yes, that is why I mentioned there must be persistent sadness.
Persistent
sadness that even when they bring those things that you used to like, that gives you pleasure before, you don't feel like doing them anymore. And there is this withdrawal and isolation. You don't like people around you. People now irritate you. You know, things around you now easily irritate you. You're more aggressive. You're shouting at people, transferring aggression and all that.
Yeah. So what are the early warning signs to know that a mother is starting to develop some form of mental health condition?
Okay. First of all, when you look at your baby, how do you feel? What do you feel? Some feel guilt, some feel shame. Like I said before, some feel that their future has been stolen, some feel that their dream has been shattered. So when you look at your baby, do you feel joy, or do you feel guilt? Do you feel shame? Do you feel, blame? You are blaming a child that, that the child has cost you your dream. So then secondly, behind that joy, is it affecting your productivity as a mother? Are you becoming irritated? Are you distancing yourself from the baby? Because this is a real issue we are talking about. Some mothers don't like breastfeeding their baby. They will have a baby and you are begging them to breastfeed their baby. But we don't understand the struggles they are going through. They can't deal with the baby's cry. They don't want that connection with the baby. They don't want to build that connection at all with the baby. So when we start seeing such signs, the baby starts irritating you, people around you start irritating you, you are becoming aggressive. When you look at the baby, you're not happy. There are some doubts, there are some guilt, and you're always sad. You're always sad. Even when the people around you tries to make you happy, maybe buy the things you like, it's no longer you. There's no joy anymore. These are the early warning signs you need to then unexplain tiredness. All of a sudden you're tired of being you again. You're tired of looking good. You're tired of making your hair. You're tired of even getting out of bed. These are the early ones.
Yes. So now I'd like us to go a bit more personal. I know you've, as a mental health practitioner, you've, had encounters with mothers who have suffered. So is there any particular one that is striking to you, and, how did that turn out? Can you share with us?
Okay. The one that is striking is mothers to special needs children. Sometimes you don't know how to help them, because it's a case of the whole life of that baby is totally dependent on the mother. The mother can't turn left or right without looking at the baby. Some have had babies who couldn't walk, they're still on the wheelchair. Some are still wearing diapers. Some are diagnosed with autism, Down syndrome, if you understand what I'm talking about. So some speech impaired, hearing impaired. So when you see a mother who has a special needs child, her case is on another level. It's on another level. But what do you do? What I try to do, people, is that there are things within your control and there are things outside your control. This has happened. Should you now allow this to affect your functioning? Should you allow it to affect your decision making? Should you allow this to affect you? Why don't we look at ways we can turn this into positivity? Like, let's try and concentrate on the areas of strength in this child, what we can do to help you and the child, and not focus on the problem. Let's be hopeful and work on these potentials that we have seen in this child. So when they come, the challenges are peculiar. Some feel that, okay, Nigeria doesn't have the facility to take care of special needs children. The schooling is a problem, the support is a problem, the cognitive structuring is a problem for the child. So all this adds to the pressure and the stress of the mother, and it's quite overwhelmed them. They are just managing life, they're just barely living life. So what we do is to, like I say, channel them to know that they are important and that this child is dependent on you. So you need to be okay for this child to be okay. This has happened and is now out of your control. So let's start doing things that are within your control that you can do to help yourself and also the baby. Because trust me, babies feel our emotions as mothers. In fact, the first thing a baby feels is your emotion, not even your actions or your word. It's your emotions. They feel your emotions, how you feel. And an unhealed parent is the first adversary of every child. So if a parent that is not healed from trauma, probably you had your own trauma.
Okay, like your own personal trauma.
Yeah, personal trauma.
Okay.
In fact, you are transferring it to the next generation. They are feeling it, they are getting it. It's echoing through their own generation. So you are like the first problem the child is even facing.
Yes. So those are the striking ones: mothers with mental health, mothers with children with special needs,
and addictions as well. Because
addictions.
Yes, a lot of children are also going into addictions.
Okay.
Because of some dysfunctional families, parental neglect, academic stress. So you find out that even it has gone down to primary school, abuse and all that. Yes, I've had a case of someone in primary 4 that was being abused in the school toilet, a girl. So we've seen so many cases that has affected the mother and also the parents' mental health.
Yes. So what about you? Because you're a mother as well. I'd like to know, in your course of motherhood, have you ever found yourself in that situation where you are falling into a bad place and you had to bring yourself out of it?
Yes, very much. My second son had a medical diagnosis when he turned 5 years, in fact, before his 5 years, and it changed our life. When you have a child, that's why I said when you have a child with a medical issue, that's why when some people come and their child is okay, the problem is maybe, maybe academic addiction and all that,
Yes.
it's easier. But when you have a child with a health challenge, it's major, let me put it that way. You find that your life changes. When it started, we didn't understand what was going on. It threw us into deep anxiety, deep fear. And before you know it, you can go to what we call PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, whereby even as you are sleeping, you think you are feeling that your child is not okay. This is happening again. This is occurring again. You are waking up to go and check on the child. So yes, it has happened to us when our child started having some medical signs and symptoms that gave him some seizures, and we didn't know what was going on and all that. We thought it was malaria and all that. By the time he was diagnosed, our lives changed. We used to go out without the children, but we can't do that anymore because you have to be there. Although it's getting much better, but the initial stage, we were a bag of anxiety, we were a bag of worries. In fact, I don't know how to put it, you are always anxiety disorder, let me put it that way. Bag of anxiety disorder. Did it put me into depression? No, because I am mentally aware, and it also spurred me on to read more, that mothers need to educate themselves more to know how best to help your child. You don't sit and start nursing the situation. You have to, get up, see what you can do, get into some courses, seek for professional help to help support your child.
Yeah. Now, aside from your personal experience, as someone who also interfaces with mothers with these issues, does it take a toll on you, having to be a counselor or a therapist and having to hear all these problems and having to advise them or help them through it, with your own problems as well, probably going through something similar to what they are going through? How does that affect you?
Yes, in fact, there's one initiative and discussion I was having with also therapists on this. I said, who takes care of the caregivers? Who takes care of us? We fill other people's cup. Who fills our own cup? That it's time we need to come together as caregivers, as nurses, as doctors, as therapists, as counselors, and have our own support group. Because whether you like it or not, yes, it affects us emotionally, psychologically. If you're not careful, you start seeing the image. You feel the image is playing out your own life, is playing out in your children's life because of what you've heard. You are now presuming on this happening because somebody have told you this about their child or their family. You just start seeing the image or picture appearing in your own life when it's not true. Yes, it affects us psychologically. So much more it affects us. And like I said, there's a lot of work to be done. This initiative should come on who takes care of the caregivers support, us coming together as a society to care for each other, build our own support group, share what we go through and how best we can support ourselves through retreats, through workshop, through training, through self-care activities. Yes, it does affect us.
Now, I'd like to know, is there any difference between how these mental health issues affect first-time mothers as opposed to mothers who have had more than one child? Maybe they have 2 or 3, so they've had a bit of experience on that. And first time, is there any difference between the mental health issues or any kind of issues arising from?
There is really no, because you don't really prepare for motherhood. Like I said, anything can come up at when a child is 2 years, 3 years. A child can have a fall at 1 year. Do you understand what I mean? Anything can come up at any time, and you now have your own peculiar mental health challenges. That's why I say you never really prepare and say, oh, I know I have this, I know this, I know that. Anything can happen to a child, even from the womb stage, delivery stage. It can happen at any stage. So there's really no difference. It's when life throws something at you, you start getting ready.
Wow. Sometimes when you hear these things, it kind of puts this fear in young women who are yet to be mothers, because they think, is this what I'm going to go through as well? Anyway, what about partners and family involvement? What role do they have to play?
Yes, the society has a major role to play. For example, we need to stop judging mothers, rather start supporting mothers in any way we can, especially in today's society. Before, it used to be better, where they say that the whole village trains a child. Even when you are not around, somebody is looking after your child. But because we are overwhelmed with activities, jobs, getting money, nobody is taking care. You're even struggling to take care of your own child, not to talk more of another person's child. So you are like, please, everybody take care of your responsibility. May I face my own? So no, but society, we need to go back to that era where you see another person's child as your own child. It's rather than judgment, pointing accusing fingers, putting up blames and all that. Let's start supporting mothers by putting in, looking into their maternal care, child care. I remember growing up, when our parents used to work, even in organizations, they used to have daycare for the children of the staff, because, a child starts school from like 2 years, 3 years. But these days, nobody cares about where you keep your child to come to work. So you find out that somebody who is barely struggling, managing her salary, is thinking of employing a nanny to pay how much, for God's sake. But during our parents' time, each organization used to have their crèche for the child of their staff. Where they come, they have people, caregivers that take care of them so that they could work. They don't need to start hiring nanny, paying nanny, and also worrying about the well-being of the child in the hands of strangers that you left in the house. So I think the society needs to come together and start putting these things back in place. Organizations, workplaces should start looking into how they can support mothers to make their life easier. Take, for instance, going to immunization center. You hear that women need to pay for their child to be immunized. It used to be free before, but many centers, they now pay. This is like what is happening. So a mother in a community who is struggling to feed a child is also worried about immunization. Everybody is a collective effort. The government, what are they making to make the life of mothers easier? That they now have to start paying for immunization, sometimes antenatal care and all that. So the society needs to come together and find ways of supporting our mothers and the development of children.
Yeah. Now, do you think social media has a role to play in this, in all of this?
It depends on what you want to get out of social media.
Okay.
I know why I said that. We are quick to blame social media, but there are also good things you can learn from social media, depending on who your mentors are, who you are listening to. So it's a broad area. It depends on what you want to get out from it. So if you want to be carried away with people's facade, about having babies, the whole enjoyment, nobody shares where they are suffering, nobody shares their children's diagnosis, nobody shares their mental health challenges on social media. All you see is the outing, the summer breaks and all that. Good for you. Yes, it has a major break. When you don't have digital literacy, when you are not social media intelligence, of course you could be carried away and deceived.
Now let's look at traditional African culture. How do you think that in Africa, our culture, our traditional culture, let's bringing it down to here in the East as Igbos, do you think that our culture has a role to play in how mothers are seen and in how mothers see themselves?
Yes. Like I said, you call it societal responsibility. We have a major role to play. Like I said, when we stop playing the guilt game, the shame game, and start knowing that a child is a child of a community. This is our child. This is a community child. No longer is this family, it is this mother. Anything I know is best for this child, I can do it, rather than where is this person coming from? This family. This family is known for this, so I don't want to get involved. Yes, a child should also be seen as the child of the community. When it's well for this child, it's well for the community. So yes, we have a major role to play as community, as Igbos, and let's start going back to helping mothers, back to inculcating values, because it's not enough for a mother to raise a child. There is responsibility of the church, there's responsibility of the school, majorly from the home, but it's a community effort to raise a child, and we have a long role to play, major role to play as a community.
All right. Now, this issue of mental health, like you said earlier, there's this stigma around mental health, and most people see it as mental illnesses. Now, what would you say are the barriers that are stopping women from actually accessing mental health care in situations like this? Because there are a lot of mothers who go through this. Some don't even know that they are going through issues like this. Their families don't even know, and they just tell them, "You're a mother, I just do it like that." So what would you say are those things that are hindering them or stopping them from actually seeking help or speaking out or looking for people to talk to or counseling of the likes?
What is also helping them, affecting them,
Yeah.
is still this fear of judgment. When you don't understand what's going on with you, that is why we need to champion professional help. Talk to a counselor, talk to a doctor. Talk to a doctor. A doctor will not say, okay, this is what is going on around you. The stigma is because nobody wants to be seen as, I have a problem. Everybody wants to be seen as things are working out well for me. And also what is fueling the stigma is still that lack of awareness and education. We need to do more campaigns on mental health, the impact, especially on mothers. We need to champion the education in schools, in communities. And our foundation, we are doing them already, but the job is so much. It's so much. And we really don't have mental health institutions down here, or rather I've not seen one that are active doing that. And it still boils down on, are people really aware of what mental health is all about? So we need to start having that conversation, start making the conversation normal, open, for mothers to understand that there's nothing wrong in sharing this. And that is why I still talk about support groups. When mothers come together and form a group and talk about the challenges, obviously they may get help or advice, or somebody may say, I'm going through this, this is what we can do, this is what we cannot do. So we need counseling, we need more support groups, we need awareness, we need education, we need campaigns on mental health and its impacts on everybody, especially mothers, because they are directly responsible for another individual.
Exactly. Now, how can mental health practitioners like you prepare themselves adequately to support these women or these mothers that come to them for help?
Just like we've been doing. This month, we've given out free counseling for pregnant and nursing mothers. We usually give out free counseling because at the end of the day, it's a funnel. How do you sustain this? How do you, because it's not enough to state the problem. After stating the problem, what next? So the end of the funnel is the counseling, where the person gets his or her tailored tools to help them with exactly the particular mental health challenges they are going through. So we've been doing a lot as an organization. Like I said, we've been going to different health centers, talking to pregnant women, their antenatal days, going for the immunization days, talking to them, assessing them to also find out if they are going through anxiety disorder or depression. We have the assessment forms for that. We also do that privately, and we also offer them one-on-one counseling on the spot after assessing them, but willingly, because they need to understand. Sometimes they don't even understand why they need counseling, because sometimes when you give free counseling, they don't show up because they don't see the reason or why they should come for counseling, because they don't understand the impact of mental health. So the challenge is still on knowing and understanding what mental health is and what is not, the impact it has on them, and how it affects their productivity, their decision making, their relationship, and their family life. So we are doing a lot. Next week we'll be at Ebony, a center there, to also have this psychosocial outreach for parents of special needs children. So we'll be doing quite a lot, community-based, helping our women in the community.
Well, that's a very good one. Now, finally, because of time, what if you could give one message to struggling mothers or women who are going through these things, but they don't know what to do about it? What would you say to them right now?
What I would say is learn to speak up, learn to speak help. Most especially, look for a support group, learn to speak up, learn to seek for support.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. It's a very enlightening conversation, and I enjoyed my time with you. Thank you so much.
The pleasure is all mine.
All right, we'll go on a very quick break, and when we return, Gender Perspective continues. Do stay with us.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Well, after hearing those powerful insights, it's clear that many of the challenges that mothers face are not just emotional. They are also shaped by myths and misinformation that surround motherhood and mental health. So now we'll ask how much of what we think we know is actually true. Well, let's set the record straight by looking at the myths and facts.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome back. Now, motherhood is a journey filled with love, filled with challenges and profound change. And mental health is an essential part of that journey. Now, today we've explored the truth behind the myths we've heard from experts and shed light on the silent struggles that many women face. But the conversation doesn't end here. If you or someone you know is struggling, remember that help is available, and reaching out is a sign of strength and not weakness. Well, thank you for joining us on today's episode of Gender Perspectives. And until next time, I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
New every morning on Signaturetv, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signaturetv.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is They have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and the even overrated reserve and when you go CBT, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Governor Fubara says he left the PDP because it abandoned him when he was in trouble. ENUGU government inaugurates task force to tackle gender-based violence. Gunfire heard in East Congo town of Uvira as Rwanda-backed M23 rebels enter. And Israel reopens border crossing with Jordan. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The ENUGU state government has inaugurated a task force to address rising incidents of gender-based violence in the state. Task force, which has members drawn from various ministries and interministerial departments, was inaugurated at the Ministry of Children, Gender Affairs and Social Development. Correspondent Chinemere Mikegbenam reports.
Across communities in Enugu State, reports of gender-based violence ranging from sexual assault, physical abuse, emotional torture to economic intimidation have continued to draw public concern. Recent figures from civic society groups indicate a disturbing rise in cases, especially among women, children, persons with disabilities, and other vulnerable groups. In what the state describes as a swift and structural response, the Ministry of Children, Gender Affairs and Social Development has inaugurated the Enugu State Gender-Based Violence Task Force Team, a unified body designed to prevent, respond to, and completely scale up interventions against all forms of violence in the state. The task force team is mandated to harmonize all efforts, enforce zero tolerance for gender-based violence, and sensitize residents about violence against persons prohibition law (VAR), ensuring that no citizen is left without protection or access to justice. Chairman of the newly inaugurated team and Commissioner for Children, Gender Affairs and Social Development, Ngozi Eni, said the task force is ready, well armed, and determined to end gender-based violence in Enugu State. She maintained that silence, stigma, and fear will no longer be allowed to overshadow the dignity of victims.
Today's gathering is not just an official launch, it is a bold declaration. A declaration that gender-based violence has no home in ENUGU State. A declaration that we will no longer allow silence, stigma, or institutional gaps to rob survivors of justice. A declaration that the safety and dignity of our people are non-negotiable. Gender-based violence is not an abstract statistic. It is the lived reality of our mothers, daughters, sisters, sons, elderly people, and persons with disability.
The Anglican Bishop of Nike Diocese, Right Reverend Dr. Christian Onya, provided a biblical foundation for the fight, stressing that the Church must remain actively involved in protecting the vulnerable.
God from day one have commanded us to go and fight for the poor, for the oppressed, for the violated ones, for the depressed, for the rejected and the ejected ones. And so it didn't just start. It originated from the Bible, where we read. And I want to thank the executive director of ESAC, Reverend E.K. Chukwumogu, for pushing this with all his strength and might to this level, engaging with the government and foreign donors to make sure this awareness is created. But coming to church, I have said it, I'm re-emphasizing it again, there can be no society morals without engaging with the church.
Representing traditional rulers, Igwe Samuel Asado pledged the full support of traditional institutions, commending Governor Peter Mba for what he called a visionary intervention.
So with this now, and I know it's been talked about, that I want the members of the press on Nigeria to support that, because some of us came in to add value, not to take. We came in to add value. Because the community, we love the community and the community loves some of us. So we are going to make a very big difference in this. So gender-based violence is something that is endemic in the society. And we want to eradicate it, we want to subject it to somewhere it can be manageable a little bit. So it will be just something. It could be, if you see something, say something. It's something anybody could be affected for. So that's why I'm here today.
A member of the committee, Onyimama, urged the team to work selflessly, passionately, and with total dedication to the cause.
But I think I would ask all of us to be completely selfless as we do this work. Not think about profits, not think about money, not think about name, not think about being recognized, and not think about being neglected. When you do this work very well, what will speak for you is highly spiritual before it can become physical.
The event also featured the signing of multi-ministerial memorandum of understanding, signaling a new era of coordinated action between government ministries, civil society organizations, law enforcement agencies, and NGOs in ENUGU. Chinemere Mikebunam, Signaturetv News.
The federal government on Wednesday arraigned a former Minister of Aviation, Stella Odua, before the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory on 5 billion naira corruption charges. She was put on trial by the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, on 5 counts related to advance fee fraud and conspiracy. In one of the counts, Stella Odua was accused of obtaining by fraudulent pretenses a sum of 2.4 billion naira through Broad Waters Resources from the Federal Ministry of Aviation. She was said to have fraudulently claimed that the money represented a cost of technical supervision in January 2014. In another count, Stella Odua was alleged to have collected 1.6 billion naira and a further 839 million naira through the same means, contrary to Section 8 of the Advanced Fee Fraud Act. The former minister, who was docked along with one other accused person, however denied the charges. Justice Hamza Muazu admitted her to bail on self-recognition, but ordered that she must deposit a travel passport with a court and must not travel outside Nigeria without the court's permission. Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka has frowned at what he sees as excessive deployment of security operatives around the family of President Bola Tinubu, warning that such overreach undermines Nigeria's security priorities. Soyinka was speaking at the 20th Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism Awards in Lagos recounted his recent encounter with what he termed a battalion-level security detail attached to the president's son at a hotel in Ikoyi. He said he had initially assumed the film was being shot on the hotel premises due to the sheer number of heavily armed personnel he saw. Shoyinka said it was alarming that about 15 heavily armed officers formed the president's son's security cordon, which according to him was sufficient to take over a neighboring small country or city like Benin. The playwright added that he was so disturbed that he attempted reaching the National Security Advisor to verify whether the deployment was official, insisting that while heads of state often have families, such privilege must never be abused or allowed to distort national security structures. President Bola Tinubu on Wednesday issued clear directives on his order stopping special police security for Nigeria's upper class at a Federal Executive Council meeting, gave instructions to the Vice President, National Security Advisor, and Ministry of Interior to make sure that these directives are implemented. Correspondent Chimeze Nzedima reports.
The issue of withdrawal of police escorts for VIPs seems to be of particular concern to President Tinubu. He said that for the directive to be varied, it must be with his express clearance.
If you have any problem of security because of the nature of your assignment, please contact the IGP and get my clearance.
The president, however, acknowledged that some public officers may need extra security to undertake some assignments. That was his reason for providing the window of request and clearance before any such deployment. He stated that the security situation in the country required all hands to be on deck and advised that the National Security Advisor and the Ministry of Interior to explore the option of using personnel of the Civil Defense and Forest Guards to meet such special needs.
The Minister for Interior should liaise with IGP and the Civil Defense structure to replace those police officers who are on special security duties, so that you don't leave people exposed. NSA and DSS to provide further information and form themselves into a committee and review the structure.
Another directive which the president revisited was the open grazing. The president said that it bordered on constitutional assignment of responsibilities. The states own the land, but open grazing is creating a security challenge which has no respect for state boundaries. He called on Vice President using the instrument of the National Economic Council to recover some grazing reserves to turn them into ranches to stem header farmers' clashes and mainstream animal husbandry into the national economy.
Again, especially livestock reform, I think the Vice President should get the neck, first of all, to see which village or grazing reserves that can be salvaged or rehabilitated into ranches, livestock settlement.
The president's return to these two issues is a pointer that he may not be satisfied with the outcome of his earlier directives on them. In Abuja, Chimeze Nzedima reporting for Signaturetv News.
Nigeria's First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, has addressed the public discussions surrounding her encounter with Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke during the 10th coronation anniversary of the Ooni of Ife. The election follows a widely circulated video from the event in Ile-Ife, Osun State on Sunday, which coincided with the First Lady's installation as Yeye Asiwaju Bobo Ile Odua. Posting a picture of herself standing with Governor Adeleke on her Facebook page, Tinubu noted that public figures are often judged harshly for actions that might otherwise be overlooked. A remark has done little to quell the online backlash. Senior Special Assistant to the Governor Bureau of Social Services, Akindude Bello, said the First Lady should be cautioned, insisted that a gesture towards an elected governor was inappropriate. Still to come, PDP reacts to Fubara's defection to APC, described move as self-inflicted injury. A court party declares Adeleke as sole candidate for Osun 2026 governorship election. These and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The People's Democratic Party (PDP) has reacted to the defection of a River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara to the ruling party, describing the move as a self-inflicted injury and a voluntary departure with no grounds for complaint. In a statement, the PDP's National Publicity Secretary, Comrade Ini Emenobong, said the governor willingly traveled the path that led to his defection, cannot accuse the party or any group of abandoning or failing to protect him. Emenobong added that the party, civil society organizations and Nigerians had actively supported Fubara throughout the political crisis leading up to his decision. The statement cautioned against what it called Stockholm Syndrome, warning the governor against developing undue attachment to his new political allies. Emenobong also criticized the broader political environment, describing it as a testament to the dysfunctional nature of a country's democracy, where individuals stronger than institutions manipulate federal power to suppress opponents. He warned that such actions threaten democratic norms and called for unified condemnation from all well-meaning citizens. Fubara, while announcing his defection from the PDP to the APC, said that his interest and that of his supporters were not protected by the PDP while they were in trouble, and said the only reason why he still remained governor today was based on the protection from the president. Earlier today, the member representing Obiakpo Federal Constituency at the Niger Delta Youth Parliament, Amadi John Dove, spoke with my colleague Christopher Lele on the defection of the governor and implication to politics in River State.
Talking about our governor's defection, anything happening in the political terrain in Nigeria and River State, there is always a justification for them. Like he said, it was for the interest of Rivers people, and truth being said, wherever our governor goes, there we go, irrespective of the fact that most persons will kick against saying you're against this APC system, how come you're joining them? So if he said it's for the interest of Rivers people, then it's for the interest of Rivers people.
All right then, but then has the governor, Fubara's defection to the APC officially drawn the battle line between him and Nyesom Wike within Rivers politics?
Personally, for me, I don't think there is any battle line anymore. It's just, I would say it's a normal political misunderstanding and some points miscalculation. So I believe Rivers State will experience more peace and calmness now that the governor and the FCT minister are, let's say, likely on both sides, because the FCT minister is there to say that he is completely in APC, irrespective of the fact that we know how the movement is going, the whole PD, APC stuff you get. So for me, everything is normal.
But do you think Fugbara's move to the APC truly strengthened his stance against Wike's growing influence in the PDP?
It's a bit dicey. It's a bit dicey. For me, I would say it's 50-50. For me, I would say it's 50-50 because at the end of the day now, I think the remaining percentage to add up to the 50 rests in the sole hand of the federal government.
But are the people of Rivers State the real beneficiaries of this move? Or should we say it's merely spectators? You know, they're merely spectators in the battle of personal ambition.
When two different fights, the ground suffers. I will say, I wouldn't say all Rivers people are happy with this move, because at some point most Rivers persons are even more happy with the way Fubara was going head on with the FCT minister. So coming to this hot at the end of the day, some persons won't be happy, but it's for the progress and for the interest of the state.
All right, but how do you feel, by the way? Let me get your personal opinion, because Rivers State is known for, you know, being a PDP state from 1999, and this is a change in a political party for the state government and the state entirely. How do you receive this news?
Personally, I at some point I was not happy, because just like you said, the state has been a PDP state all this while. But be that it may, there is always room for change. And I believe as an individual, I welcome change, and I also advise Rivers people to welcome change. That's only if we really believe and trust in our governor. I believe he knows what he's doing. I also believe it's for the interest of Rivers people. So wherever he goes, we follow for the betterment of Rivers State.
The People's Democratic Party also suffered another high-profile loss on Tuesday with the defection of Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke, who said he has joined the Accord Party as a new platform to seek re-election in August next year. Adeleke made the announcement in a post on his verified X handle, and just a few days after resigning from the People's Democratic Party. The governor disclosed that he joined the Accord Party on 6th November 2025 as a platform to seek re-election in 2026, following weeks of consultation and deliberations with stakeholders and opinion leaders. Said he opted for the Accord Party because its mission of welfarism aligns with its passionate focus on citizens and workers' welfare. Stakeholders and residents of Osun State, it said, are aware of why he is taking an important decision, saying his second term would enable him to complete ongoing delivery of good governance and democratic dividends, which have been applauded at home and abroad. Meanwhile, the screening committee of the Accord Party has declared Governor Ademola Adeleke as the sole governorship candidate of the party in Osun State. The development was confirmed in a statement by the chairman of the screening committee and national organizing secretary of the party, Ibe Thangod. Thangod said Adeleke met all the requirements for nomination, was subsequently declared as a sole aspirant for the party's governorship ticket. Certificate of clearance was presented to Adeleke by the committee's chairman. In response, the governor thanked the screening committee and the party leadership, saying was ready to lead the Accord Party to victory in 2026. President Bola Tinubu says bureaucracy or lack of access to opportunities will limit the potential of the Nigerian youth under his administration. The President was speaking at a presidential villa at a Startup Grant Awards of the Nigerian Youth Academy Initiative. Correspondent Wabes Njoko reports.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who was represented at the Grand Awards by the Chief of Staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, said his commitment to the development of the Nigerian youth was not a political calculation, but a personal commitment. He said the commitment arose from a clear understanding that the future of Nigeria and its capability to play in the international arena rests with the Nigerian youth. He pledged to remove every barrier that can limit the potentials of the Nigerian youth, explaining that remains the driver of the reform agenda of his administration.
We carried out extensive regulatory reforms to remove bottlenecks for small businesses and new tax laws that will ease compliance for young entrepreneurs. Our administration is also providing incentives for founders in the digital and creative economy and expanding access to consumer credit and enterprise financing for millions of young Nigerians. All these interventions are shaped by one vision: to build an economy where the ambition of a young Nigerian is never limited by bureaucracy or lack of opportunity.
The coordinating Minister of the Economy and Minister of Finance, Wale Edu, said that by 2050, Nigerian youths in the age bracket of 18 and 25 will make up 25% of the world's workforce, and by 2050, about 50%. He stated that no government could afford not to equip such an important segment of its population if it wants to be relevant in the global economic and social space.
But in terms of the economic reforms, you are all aware that the country has changed. It's now a level playing field. For young people like you starting out, you don't have to know anybody. You just have to have your talent and your determination. There's no privileged access to certain things, no privileged access to foreign exchange like before, giving you a better chance to implement your entrepreneurial dreams. And of course, the administration of President Tinubu is providing you the raw material, the wherewithal that you need. You need data, you need fiber optics, you need technology, you need automation. And that is what is being provided to you. There's so many training programs going on. There's 1,200 kilometers of fiber optic network being put in place. And what does that mean? It means you stay in Nigeria and you provide services across the internet.
The Minister of Youth Development, Ayodele Olawande, whose ministry is spearheading the Youth Entrepreneurship Program, said that over 2,000 youths drawn from both the formal and informal sectors of the economy will receive grants of either 1 million naira or 500,000 naira each as start-up funds for new businesses.
We have the New Year Academy, we have the New Year Job Fair, we have the New Year Startup, and now we are having the New Year Gig. All this platform takes the young people in Nigeria to a complete circle where they can get a skill to build a business, to earn meaningful income. And also, we are not just putting this alone, but to achieve a meaningful life personally. We are here to start up a Nigerian young people of over 200,000 in the formal sector. We are here for the first time in the history of this country, including the informal sectors, to make sure that we provide a tools and a living wood for them.
The Nigerian Youth Academy Initiative, NIA, a social intervention program, aims at two goals. One is to reduce the unemployment pressure which drives deviancy, and the second is to create a critical mass of skilled labor force that can make the Nigerian economy competitive in a world driven by technology and innovation. In Abuja, I'm Wabuoze Njoko for Signature TV News.
For many knowing Nigerians, the journey to financial independence begins with opportunity and guidance. That opportunity came on Tuesday in Abuja as a non-governmental organization's Conversations for Change graduated a new set of trained entrepreneurs ready to step into the world of business. Correspondent Nasir Usman reports.
The graduation ceremony was a fitting cap to 1 year intensive training in areas such as clothing, fabric care and fashion design, cosmetics and skin care, leather works and shoemaking. It was also a time to remind the young entrepreneurs that the world could be at their feet if they are driven by quality and a focused determination.
You have to do your part. Nobody will make you succeed except yourself. And when you are succeeding, trust God that God will make it. And I pray that in 1 year, what you will achieve will be more than what you have ever achieved in the past. If you are selling water, sell it as if you are selling to God, and therefore you will not go and pump pipe water and then sell it. If you are making soap, make it so good that people will rush to you because you are doing it as if you are doing to God.
If you go and fold your arms and lie or pray from morning till night, you commit what I call God abuse. Try to struggle, and if God sees that you are making efforts, He will bless your efforts.
As much as you rely on God, you must do your part. You must do your part. Success is about collaboration with God. You do your part, and God will do His part. And part of God's part is what has happened with your fellowship. That's God working for you, working with you, using other people to work with you. So the ball is in your court.
Many of you will come across difficult situations that may seem impossible. At that point, do what? Go and think about it. Spend time and think about it. Definitely there must be solutions. So I leave you with this. May God help your career, and in a few years' time, I will see billionaires out of you.
The Executive Director, Conversation for Change, Dr. Kechi Ogbuagu, said the young graduates were equipped with skills to drive the development of social entrepreneurship among young people everywhere. More than 130 fellows have graduated since the inception of the program.
Our estimate is that we have probably gone through the program at least 130 young people. That is a number. And as we persevere and grow, and who knows, if people, good-minded citizens, come to support us and put money in the program, we will take in more. These are the crop of people we need for this country. This is a different breed. We have this recipe for success, sustainable success, capacity and enterprise that will last, that will turn into mega businesses, that will provide employment and jobs for others.
Some of the graduates shared their hopes and feelings about the training.
It was really an impactful one, whereby I got the opportunity to learn more in my field. I'm a pig farmer, so it gave me the opportunity to actually expose myself to the training and the rudiments of pigs. So it was more of like a life experience for me, whereby I had a better hand, a first-hand training with pigs.
So it's really been a 1 year of, strengthening what I never knew I had inside of me. So a lot of building, like someone who is going to the gym to get a good instructor to give him that muscle that he can be able to, stand, to be able to even compete like on a global stage, maybe Olympics or any international competition. So I can beat my chest and say the journey for me this 1 year is like standing out to compete globally. I feel inside my heart now I can compete with my fellows in China, my fellows in the United States, in a positive way.
The new graduates are expected to reduce the number of Nigeria's unemployed youth and even become employers. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
Amnesty International has called for a transparent and impassioned investigation into the killing of at least 9 women protesters in Lamodi local government area of Adamawa State. In a statement posted on X, the group alleged that the military opened fire on women who were demonstrating using live ammunition without any warning, which it claimed that several other women were injured after being hit by bullets in different parts of their bodies. He described the incident as horrific and accused security forces of handling civilian protests in a dangerous and unacceptable manner. Amnesty also criticized the government's handling of a growing ethnic conflict between the Bachama and Chobo communities, which reportedly started from disputes over land and the theft of a motorcycle. According to Amnesty, even in cases where security agencies responded to violence, their approach often resulted in more casualties and destruction instead of restoring peace. The House of Representatives has expressed concern over the non-utilization of 109 licenses issued for electricity distribution in the country. The House Committee on Power Reform stated its displeasure at a meeting with some electricity sector stakeholders. Correspondent Princess Ken Ochoma has the details.
The issue of epileptic power supply in the country has continued to be a source of concern to many Nigerians. The situation has not only stunted economic growth, but also hampered the desired development of the country, which can be enhanced by improved power supply. The situation and the need to make it better prompted the electricity sector reform, which gave rise to the unbundling of the then Power Holding Company of Nigeria and the creation of 6 generation companies, GENCOs, 1 transmission company, TCN, and 11 distribution companies, DISCOs, and of course the regulatory body, which is the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC. The House Ad Hoc Committee is questioning what has become of 109 inactive licenses issued out of 288 applications, and the poor performance of electricity distribution companies since privatization.
Most customers don't have meters. They are subjected to the vagaries of and the imagination, sometimes even blackmail by the discourse. They'll just write a bill arbitrarily, submit to customers, and demand prompt payment. In most cases, when the payment does not come immediately, customers are disconnected. And from your analysis, information you just gave us, the metering is not up to, you talked about 3 million.
The Commissioner for Legal, Licensing and Compliance for the National Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, Dafe Akboneye, who represented the Commission, disclosed that only about 7 million of 20 million connected households are metered. He highlighted poor grid quality as a reason why many industries rely on captive power. Chairman of the Ad Hoc Committee on Power Reform, Al-Mustafa Aliyu, directed the Bureau of Public Enterprises to submit a performance report on all DISCOs within 48 hours for further legislative action.
In addition to the activities of transmission companies, generation companies, DISCOs, and the regulators, the remittances tariff regime, and to ascertain the effectiveness or otherwise of the privatized power sector to the country. This is very important. This is a very important policy issue.
And right inside the chamber, the House again failed to resume its suspended constitutional review debate, postponed next week after lawmakers requested more time to study the proposals. The House proceeded to a 2-hour closed-door meeting with the Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, and the Minister of Budget and National Planning, Atiku Bagudu. While the details of the meeting were not disclosed, some observers speculated that the discussion may have centered around the non-payment of indigenous contractors and delays in implementing the capital component of the 2025 Appropriation Act. As a result, the House stepped down consideration of about 42 bills slated for first, second, and third readings. The Speaker later announced the defection of Mansour Musa, member representing Aliero, Gwandu, Jega Federal Constituency of Kebbi State, from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressive Congress.
The All Progressive Congress offers a more coherent and disciplined platform one that aligns better with the aspirations of our constituents and provides the stability required to deliver development and meaningful governance. My defection is therefore an act of responsibility. It is rooted in principle, strengthened by faith, and anchored on the overriding need to serve my people without any encumbrance.
Efforts by a member to raise a point of order was not acknowledged as a defected member joined the leadership and other APC members to take pictures. I am Princess Ken Ochama, Signaturetv News.
Next is business news.
The federal government has launched a 590 billion first tranche bond under the 4 trillion NBET Finance Company PLC bond program to settle debts owed to Gencos. The tranche includes 300 billion naira cash bonds for public subscription and 290 billion naira non-cash bonds directly allotted to Gencos. The Series 1 bond, advised by Cardinal Stone, will be issued between November to December 2025, featuring a 7-year fixed rate, semi-annual payment, and amortizing structure. It will be listed on Nigerian Exchange and Financial Markets Dealers Quotation and qualify under the Trustee Investment Act. The Central Bank of Nigeria's governor, Olayemi Cardoso, says agriculture must take its rightful place in Nigeria's financial system, noting it currently receives less than 5% of banks' credit despite contributing over 20% of GDP. Speaking at the inauguration of the new Agricultural Credit Guarantee Scheme Fund Program, Cardoso said the scheme, guaranteeing up to 75% of agricultural loans, has been strengthened through a 2019 amendment that raised its capital from 3 billion naira to 50 billion naira and expanded its mandate. He said the reform aims to end underfunding, boost inclusivity, and improve lending to millions of farmers. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria has inducted 1,600 accounting technicians at its 63rd Accounting Technician Scheme, West Africa Induction Ceremony in Lagos. Its largest cohort ever, surpassing the previous record of 1,303 in July 2025. The event drew senior ICANN leaders, past presidents and guests including Corps Marshal Shehu Mohammed and 58 ICANN President Malam Tijani Isa. ICANN President Malam Haruna urged the new inductees to uphold the responsibilities and professionalism expected of accounting technician holders. Chairman of the National Tax Policy Implementation Committee, Joseph Tegbe, has assured that Nigeria's new tax system, set to begin next month, will be rolled out responsibly and humanely. Speaking in Abuja after the committee's inauguration by Finance Minister Wale Edun, Tegbe said the team will consult widely with business groups and professional bodies. He emphasized that the new tax administration would not harm businesses, but instead provide incentives to support growth and attract both local and foreign investments. This is business news in Global News. Chimeze Zadima reporting for Signaturetv News.
Rwanda-backed M23 rebels have entered the eastern Congo town of Uvira, an important base for the Congolese army near the border with Burundi. 4 sources, including 2 residents, told Reuters on Wednesday. Uvira is situated under the shores of Lake Tanganyika. It served as the headquarters of a Kinshasa-appointed government in South Kivu after the province's capital, Bukavu, fell to M23 in February. M23's seizure of the town could allow it to advance towards other sites beyond South Kivu. The latest milestone in the rebels' advance through the mineral-rich region comes less than a week after Congolese President Felix Tshisekedi and his Rwandan counterpart Paul Kagame met with President Donald Trump in Washington and affirmed the commitment to a U.S. brokered peace deal. Rwanda denies backing M23 in Congo, saying its troops are in eastern Congo for defensive measures, although Washington and United Nations say evidence of Rwandan support for the rebel is clear. It was not clear on Wednesday afternoon whether M23 was fully in control of Uvira, as residents reported hearing gunfire. However, a Congolese government source stated that the military will not react in order to protect civilians. Trucks were seen crossing over from Jordan on Wednesday after an Israeli security official said on Tuesday that Israel was set to reopen the Allenby crossing with Jordan to the passage of goods and aid. The border crossing has been closed for aid and goods since September, when a driver bringing humanitarian aid to Gaza opened fire and killed 2 Israeli military personnel before being killed by security forces. The security official said the crossing would have tightened screening for Jordanian drivers and truck cargo, and that a dedicated security force had been assigned to the crossing. The Allenby Bridge is a key route for trade between Jordan and Israel, and the only gateway for more than 3 million Palestinians in Israeli-occupied West Bank to reach Jordan and the wider world. Crossing reopened to passenger traffic shortly after the attack, but had remained closed to aid trucks. The UN says the crossing is a major route for bringing food, tents and other goods into Gaza. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said on Wednesday that Europe was strong and united behind Ukraine after the United States published its national security strategy, and President Donald Trump said it was a decaying continent. The strategy published last week warned that Europe faced civilization erasure and must change course. In an interview with Politico, Trump called Europe's political leaders weak. Responding to questions by a British lawmaker in Parliament about the U.S. national security strategy, Starmer said Europe was strong. Starmer also paid tribute to a member of the British Armed Forces who died in Ukraine on Tuesday while observing Ukrainian forces test a new defensive capability, according to the British Defence Ministry.
The whole House will join me in sending our deepest sympathy and condolences to the family and loved ones of Lance Corporal George Hooley of the Parachute Regiment, who died yesterday in Ukraine. Lance Corporal Hooley was injured in a tragic accident away from the front lines while observing Ukrainian forces testing a new defensive capability. His life was full of courage and determination. He served our country with honour and distinction around the world in the cause of freedom and democracy, including as part of the small number of British personnel in Ukraine. On the question of Europe and President Trump's comments, what I see is a strong Europe, united behind Ukraine and united behind our long-standing values of freedom and democracy, and I will always stand up for those values and those freedoms.
Next is sports news.
The Cranes of Uganda have become the first team to arrive in Morocco ahead of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, sending a clear signal of intent as preparations intensify for the continental showpiece kicking off on 21st December 2025. Head coach Paul Poltz says his squad has undergone a major transformation in belief, character and competitive mindset. A shift he believes will make Uganda a difficult team to beat when Group C hostilities begin against Nigeria, Tunisia and Tanzania. Put early arrival strategy is deliberate, a move to ensure the Cranes acclimatize quickly to Moroccan weather conditions, adjust to altitude and fine-tune their tactical framework long before the tournament kicks off. Liverpool bounced back from a damaging roll with Mohamed Salah by beating Inter Milan 1-0 on Tuesday and kicking their Champions League campaign back into life. Liverpool had won just 4 times in 15 matches in all competitions coming into Tuesday's match, but Inter failed to pile any early pressure on the opponents. Tuesday's win puts Liverpool on 12 points from 6 games and inside the top 8 positions, which offered direct qualification for the last 16 ahead of Wednesday's fixtures. Chelsea's automatic Champions League last 16 qualification hopes were dealt a blow after a 2-1 defeat at Atalanta on Tuesday, on a night when Chelsea needed a win to put them in a strong position to finish in the top 8 of the league phase. The visitors had to withstand a barrage of early pressure from the Italian hosts. Pedro nearly grabbed an equalizer at the death, but the defeat saw the West London team drop to 10th in the table, 2 places outside the round of 16 automatic qualification spots. In cricket, former Pakistan captain Shahid Afridi has offered a gracious response to Rohit Sharma, surpassing his record for the most sixes in one-day international cricket. Reflecting not only on the milestone but also on his personal memories of Rohit, Afridi recalled their time together at the Deccan Chargers during the inaugural edition of the Indian Premier League, saying he had sensed earlier on that the young Mumbai batsman was destined for greatness. Rohit eclipsed Afridi's tally of 351 sixes during India's ODI against South Africa in Ranchi on November 30. Afridi's record had stood untouched for 15 years, testament to his own flamboyant power hitting and the daring stroke play that defined a generation. Arina Sabalenka weighed into the participation of transgender athletes, saying it would be unfair for women to face biological men in professional tennis. The WTA Tour gender participation policy currently permits transgender women to participate if they have declared their gender as female for a minimum of 4 years, have lowered testosterone levels, and agree to testing procedures. In 2024, the Lawn Tennis Association updated its rules to bar transgender women from competing in national and interclub female competitions. In the past 2 years, several sports federations have launched their own studies or changed rules to ban anyone who has gone through male puberty from competing in the female category in an elite level. That's Sports News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
Let's join Queenette Mokonta on entertainment news.
Ekiti-based Nigerian chef Damilola Adeparusi, popularly known as Chef Dami, has officially graduated from the Hospitality Business School in Lagos, marking a key milestone in her professional culinary career. Chef Dami, who gained public attention following her cookathon attempt in June 2023, completed the Professional Culinary Art Chef Diploma on a full scholarship. In a post on Instagram on Tuesday, she expressed her excitement and also acknowledged the support that helped her reach this point. Nigeria's global influence is accelerating, and in 2025, a new wave of leaders, innovators, creatives, and change makers is driving that rise. From reform-minded politicians to cultural powerhouses, redefining African identity, these individuals are not only visible, they are shaping how the world sees Nigeria. This year's spotlight reflects a blend of international acclaim and real impact at home. Nigerians featured on Time and Forbes list, tech ecosystems expanded with government backing, and music, film, and fashion continue to dominate global markets. With growing youth participation and bold private sector investment, influence in Nigeria now extend far beyond traditional politics. It is powered by ideas, talent, and disruption. As the country undergoes economic reforms and digital shifts, those steering public conversations across governance, entrepreneurship, entertainment, technology, and philanthropy are setting the direction of Nigeria's future. Together, they show how Nigerians are breaking boundaries and redefining what leadership looks like in a world where culture, innovation, and policy intersect. This list spans politics, business, technology, entertainment, civil society, sports, health, and youth leaderships, proving that in today's Nigeria, influence is as diverse as a nation itself. Boluwatife Balogun, popularly known as Champs and the son of Afrobeat star Wizkid, made his Glitch session debut this week, delivering performances marked by striking energy and artistic maturity. In an exclusive interview, the young artist spoke about the strong role family and friends have played in shaping his musical journey, from experimenting with beats at an early age to realizing his debut EP, Champions Arrivals, which recently topped the Apple Music Nigeria chart.
The moment drew wider industry attention when DJ Tunes praised Charms' rising profile, describing it as a like father, like son milestone. Charms, however, dismissed any notion of pressure, emphasizing that his biggest motivation comes from his mother, whom he called his greatest supporter. Looking ahead, the budding artist hinted at future collaborations as he continues to build his presence in the Nigerian music scene. And that's the entertainment news. Queenette Wokunta's Signature TV News.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching. Stay with us. Signature Evening opens up at top of the hour.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Dike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is
they have some of them. At one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signaturetv trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what we call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signaturetv every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signaturetv. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
We are local.
International communities observe why the meat market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside.
What an exciting day, okay? 10th day, wow. My body is giving me ahead. The 10th day in the month of December 2025. Good evening and welcome to Signature Evening. Your one all in all, your one-stop platform where we have, the sports, the entertainment and what have you. It's another amazing and beautiful evening where we share with you what is going on. Welcome. My name is Christopher Lely. On the highlights, we shall be looking at different stories, making the rounds nationally and of course locally. That is in the news, and we have the interview segment where we, discuss with stakeholders, specialists, people that have an understanding on a particular field of thought. We discuss with them and get an understanding. We also have the fashionista. Fashionista is that segment that helps you to understand more about fashion, keeps you up to date in the world of fashion, art of fashion, to broaden your horizon. And for those that would love to go into fashion, this one is actually for you. And entertainment, you may have been very busy throughout the day and you didn't really have the time to, check out on social media, know what's happening. Entertainment got you covered. We have different stories on what's happening in the entertainment world for your watching pleasure. We have the sports. I told you all in one. It's a complete package. We have the sports to also keep you updated on what's happening in the sports world. And what's up? Those trending things, trending videos that people are talking about, making a noise. We bring it to you, and you also get to see other people's opinion, their thoughts, via the comment section, where you get to see and hear what people are saying. And then we have the People's Forum. The People's Forum, I call it our forum, where we share our thoughts. We have the platform for you to call in and be in the news segment. Stay with us. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Wednesday issued clear directives on his order stopping special police security for Nigerians upper class. At the Federal Executive Council meeting, He gave instructions to the Vice President, the National Security Advisor, the Minister of Interior to make sure that his directives are implemented. Correspondent Chimeze Zedema reports.
The issue of withdrawal of police escorts for VIPs seems to be of particular concern to President Tinubu. He said that for the directive to be varied, it must be with his express clearance.
If you have any problem of security because of the nature of your assignment, please contact the IGP and get my clearance.
The president, however, acknowledged that some public officers may need extra security to undertake some assignments. That was his reason for providing the window of request and clearance before any such deployment. He stated that the security situation in the country required all hands to be on deck and advised that the National Security Advisor and the Ministry of Interior to explore the option of using personnel of the Civil Defense and Forest Guards to meet such special needs.
The Minister for Interior should liaise with IGP and the Civil Defense structure to replace those police officers who are on special security duties, so that you don't leave people exposed. NSA and DSS to provide further information and form themselves into a committee and review the structure.
Another directive which the president revisited was the open grazing. The president said that it bordered on constitutional assignment of responsibilities. The states own the land, but open grazing is creating a security challenge which has no respect for state boundaries. He called on Vice President using the instrument of the National Economic Council to recover some grazing reserves to turn them into ranches to stem header farmers' clashes and mainstream animal husbandry into the national economy.
Again, especially livestock reform, I think the Vice President should get the neck, first of all, to see which village or grazing reserves that can be salvaged or rehabilitated into ranches, livestock settlement.
The president's return to these two issues is a pointer that he may not be satisfied with the outcome of his earlier directives on them. In Abuja, Chimeze Izadima reporting for Signaturetv News.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu says bureaucracy or lack of access to opportunities will not limit the potentials of the Nigerian youth under his administration. The president was speaking at the presidential villa at the Startup Grant Awards of the Nigerian Youth Academy Initiative. Correspondent Wabweze Njoku reports.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who was represented at the Grand Awards by the Chief of Staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, said his commitment to the development of the Nigerian youth was not a political calculation, but a personal commitment. He said the commitment arose from a clear understanding that the future of Nigeria and its capability to play in the international arena rests with the Nigerian youth. He pledged to remove every barrier that can limit the potentials of the Nigerian youth, explaining that that remains the driver of the reform agenda of his administration.
We carried out extensive regulatory reforms to remove bottlenecks for small businesses and new tax laws that will ease compliance for young entrepreneurs. Our administration is also providing incentives for founders in the digital and creative economy and expanding access to consumer credit and enterprise financing for millions of young Nigerians. All these interventions are shaped by one vision: to build an economy where the ambition of a young Nigerian is never limited by bureaucracy or lack of opportunity.
The coordinating Minister of the Economy and Minister of Finance, Wale Edu, said that by 2050, Nigerian youths in the age bracket of 18 and 25 will make up 25% of the world's workforce, and by 2050, about 50%. He stated that no government could afford not to equip such an important segment of its population if it wants to be relevant in the global economic and social space.
But in terms of the economic reforms, you are all aware that the country has changed. It's now a level playing field. For young people like you starting out, you don't have to know anybody. You just have to have your talent and your determination. There's no privileged access to certain things, no privileged access to foreign exchange like before, giving you a better chance to implement your entrepreneurial dreams. And of course, the administration of President Tinubu is providing you the raw material, the wherewithal that you need. You need data, you need fiber optics, you need technology, you need automation. And that is what is being provided to you. There's so many training programs going on. There's 1,200 kilometers of fiber optic network being put in place. And what does that mean? It means you stay in Nigeria and you provide services across the internet.
The Minister of Youth Development, Ayodele Olawande, whose ministry is spearheading the Youth Entrepreneurship Program, said that over 2,000 youths drawn from both the formal and informal sectors of the economy will receive grants of either 1 million naira or 500,000 naira each as start-up funds for new businesses.
We have the New Year Academy, we have the New Year Job Fair, we have the New Year Startup, and now we are having the New Year Gig. All this platform takes the young people in Nigeria to a complete circle where they can get a skill to build a business, to earn meaningful income. And also, we are not just putting this alone, but to achieve a meaningful life personally. We are here to start up a Nigerian young people of over 200,000 in the formal sector. We are here for the first time in the history of this country, including the informal sectors, to make sure that we provide a tools and a living wood for them.
The Nigerian Youth Academy Initiative, NIA, a social intervention program, aims at two goals. One is to reduce the unemployment pressure which drives deviancy, and the second is to create a critical mass of skilled labor force that can make the Nigerian economy competitive in a world driven by technology and innovation. In Abuja, I'm Nwabuoze Njoku for Signature TV News.
The screening committee of the Accord Party has cleared Governor Demola Adeleke as the sole governorship candidate of the party in Osun State. The development was confirmed in a statement by the chairman of the screening committee and national organizing secretary of the party, Ibe Thangold. Thangold said Adeleke met all the requirements for the nomination and was subsequently cleared as the sole aspirant for the party's governorship ticket. The certificate of clearance was presented to Adeleke by the committee chairman. In response, the governor thanked the screening committee and the party leadership, saying he was ready to lead the Accord Party to victory in 2026. At least 22 people were killed late on Tuesday after two buildings collapsed in Fez, one of Morocco's oldest cities and a key tourist destination. Eyewitnesses' videos from the scene on Wednesday showed search and rescue teams clearing rubble while the bodies of victims were transported to the ambulances. One building was unoccupied while the second was hosting an Aqiqah, a traditional Muslim celebration marking the birth of a child. The first prosecutor said in a statement. A statement from the local authorities said 8 families lived in the building where the celebration was taking place. Both buildings had 4 stories. And that's it on the In the News segment. Stay with us. Welcome to Fashionista, where we take a look at what's going on in the fashion world. Let's take a watch.
Welcome to Fashionista. Today, we'll be looking into the world of fashion photography. Fashion photography has proven to be an effective tool in bringing African fashion to the center stage. As African fashion is rapidly evolving, this evolution is bringing us closer to the center stage as more people copy a thing or two from our fashion styles and statements. In no particular order, here are 5 of the list of favorite African fashion photographers who have contributed greatly to the evolution and globalization of fashion trends in Africa. First, Lakin Ogunbawon. Lakin Ogunbawon is a contemporary Nigerian fashion photographer and artist known for his enigmatic portraits and bold, stylized visuals that merge fashion with classical portraiture. This Nigerian photographer describes himself as a versatile artist with an eye for color. His works are bold, vivid, and sometimes described as suggestive. Larkin's photos are drenched in color, and the effect is stunning to behold. He is primarily a self-taught photographer, whose work is characterized by a striking use of vibrant color, light, and a minimalist homage to African studio photography from the 1960s and 70s. He often uses veiled subjects, shadows, or drapery to focus on the human form, silhouette, and cultural signifiers rather than individual identity. After his return from Paris, he set up his studio somewhere in the heart of Ikeja, Lagos, and has been creating stunning imagery ever since. Next is Namsa Leuba. Namsa is a mix of Guinean and Swiss descent, known for her work exploring the representation of African identity through a hybrid visual reality that blends documentary, fashion, and performance. She studied photography in ECAL, University of Art and Design Luzon, and obtained a master's in art direction at ECAL. Namsa has always intended to represent African identity through the Western imagination. She does this successfully using documentary, photography, fashion, and performance. Her myriad of works have been recognized by prestigious journals such as ID, Numero, Kaleidoscope, Form, Interview, New York Magazine, Wallpaper, Vice Magazine, Liberation, British Journal of Photography, and European Photography. Leuba avoids the rawness typical of traditional documentary photography, instead employing elaborate staging, vibrant colors, and theatrical approaches to create narratives. Her work delves into themes of identity, gender, spirituality, and cultural exchange. Next, Delphine Diallo. Delphine Diallo is a Brooklyn-based French-Senegalese visual artist and photographer known for her powerful portraits and mixed media work that celebrates Black women and explore themes of identity, spirituality, and empowerment. Her purpose is to push the many possibilities of empowering women, youth, and cultural minorities through visual provocations. She is skilled in analog and digital photography, 3D printing, collage and illustration, and visual reality technologies. Diallo's work is informed by her extensive research into anthropology, mythology, religion, science, and martial arts. She aims to challenge societal norms and deconstruct racist and sexist prejudice by portraying her subjects, particularly Black women, as goddess figures and heroines, thereby creating new narratives of strength and dignity. She is known for her ethical practice of building long-term, intimate relationships with her subjects to ensure authentic representation. She actively pursues her visual quest in her hometown, St. Louis, Senegal. Next, Dewald Daniels. This South African photographer studied art and design, then moved to Cape Town to work as a photographic assistant. Daniels has worked with prestigious magazines like Elle, Cosmopolitan, Glamour, Maria Clay, Foschini magazine, and Edgar's Club magazine. Having started in fashion, he has a flair for the dramatic, with a love for all things quickie and in the moment. A style which has now taken into his work, shooting stills campaigns on the back of commercials, specializing in advertisement and TV commercial campaigns. He is known for his lifestyle and product photography, working with leading brands both in Africa and internationally. His work as a fashion photographer has taken him to places like London, Amsterdam, and Paris. Daniel is an accomplished professional and is quite intent on honing and expanding his skills so as to spread through all the continents in the world. And lastly, Annie Roberts. Annie Roberts started his career in graphic artistry before transitioning to photography in 2014. This Nigerian photographer is on a mission to create timeless portraits and images. Annie Roberts' works also includes a timeless collection of one of Nigeria's popular musicians, Ice Prince Zamani. Robert has employed his photography for social activism purposes, including a photo session with breast cancer survivor Omolara Cookie as part of breast cancer awareness activities in 2017. In the same year, Robert released a series of images exploring the identity of modern women. His work is recognized for its exploration of human realities and a unique blend of photography with other visual storytelling elements, often focusing on Black elegance and duality. He is the co-owner of Studio X and the founder of The Arc, a creative hub in Lagos that houses a gallery and a content studio for artists and brands. And that's it on today's episode of Fashionista.
All right, that's it from the Fashionista segment. Now we go into other segments where we have entertainment and sport. But we'll likely take one of those, and later on the show we could check the other part of it. Let's go into either of them.
Ekiti-based Nigerian chef Damilola Adeparusi, popularly known as Chef Dami, has officially graduated from the Hospitality Business School in Lagos, marking a key milestone in her professional culinary career. Chef Dami, who gained public attention following her cookathon attempt in June 2023, completed the Professional Culinary Art Chef Diploma on a full scholarship. In a post on Instagram on Tuesday, she expressed her excitement and also acknowledged the support that helped help her reach this point. Nigeria's global influence is accelerating, and in 2025, a new wave of leaders, innovators, creatives, and change makers is driving that rise. From reform-minded politicians to cultural powerhouses, redefining African identity, these individuals are not only visible, they are shaping how the world sees Nigeria. This year's spotlight reflects a blend of international acclaim and real impact at home. Nigerians featured on Time and Forbes list, tech ecosystems expanded with government backing, and music, film, and fashion continue to dominate global markets. With growing youth participation and bold private sector investment, influence in Nigeria now extends far beyond traditional politics. It is powered by ideas, talent, and disruption. As the country undergoes economic reforms and digital shifts, those steering public conversations across governance, entrepreneurship, entertainment, technology, and philanthropy are setting the direction of Nigeria's future. Together, they show how Nigerians are breaking boundaries and redefining what leadership looks like in a world where culture, innovation, and policy intersect. This list spans politics, business, technology, entertainment, civil society, sports, health, and youth leaderships, proving that in today's Nigeria, influence is as diverse as a nation itself. Boluwatife Balogun, popularly known as Champs and the son of Afrobeat star Wizkid, made his Glitch session debut this week, delivering performances marked by striking energy and artistic maturity. In an exclusive interview, the young artist spoke about the strong role family and friends have played in shaping his musical journey, from experimenting with beats at an early age to realizing his debut EP, Champions Arrivals, which recently topped the Apple Music Nigeria chart. The moment drew wider industry attention when DJ Tunes praised Champs' rising profile, describing it as a like father, like son milestone. Champs, however, dismissed any notion of pressure, emphasizing that his biggest motivation comes from his mother, whom he called his greatest supporter. Looking ahead, the budding artist hinted at future collaborations as he continues to build his presence in the Nigerian music scene. And that's the entertainment news. Queenette Nwokonta, Signature TV News.
The Cranes of Uganda have become the first team to arrive in Morocco ahead of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, sending a clear signal of intent as preparations intensify for the continental showpiece kicking off on 21st December 2025. Head coach Paul Polt says his squad has undergone a major transformation in belief, character, and competitive mindset. A shift he believes will make Uganda a difficult team to beat when Group C hostilities begin against Nigeria, Tunisia, and Tanzania. Polt's early arrival strategy is deliberate, a move to ensure the Cranes acclimatize quickly to Moroccan weather conditions, adjust to altitude, and fine-tune their tactical framework long before the tournament kicks off. Liverpool bounced back from a damaging roll with Mohamed Salah by beating Inter Milan 1-0 on Tuesday and kicking their Champions League campaign back into life. Liverpool had won just 4 times in 15 matches in all competitions coming into Tuesday's match, but Inter failed to pile any early pressure on the opponents. Tuesday's win puts Liverpool on 12 points from 6 games and inside the top 8 positions, which offered direct qualification for the last 16 ahead of Wednesday's fixtures. Chelsea's automatic Champions League last 16 qualification hopes were dealt a blow after a 2-1 defeat at Atalanta on Tuesday. On a night when Chelsea needed a win to put them in a strong position to finish in the top 8 of the league phase, the visitors had to withstand a barrage of early pressure from the Italian hosts. Pedro nearly grabbed an equalizer at the death, but the defeat saw the West London team drop to 10th in the table, 2 places outside the round of 16 automatic qualification spots. In cricket, former Pakistan captain Shahid Afridi has offered a gracious response to Rohit Sharma, surpassing his record for the most sixes in one-day international cricket. Reflecting not only on the milestone but also on his personal memories of Rohit, Afridi recalled their time together at the Deccan Chargers during the inaugural edition of the Indian Premier League, saying he had sensed earlier on that the young Mumbai batsman was destined for greatness. Rohit eclipsed Afridi's tally of 350 51 sixes during India's ODI against South Africa in Ranchi on November 30. Afridi's record had stood untouched for 15 years, testament to his own flamboyant power hitting and the daring stroke play that defined a generation. Arina Sabalenka weighed into the participation of transgender athletes, saying it would be unfair for women to face biological men in professional tennis. The WTA Tour gender participation policy currently permits transgender women to participate if they have declared their gender as female for a minimum of 4 years, have lowered testosterone levels, and agree to testing procedures. In 2024, the Lawn Tennis Association updated its rules to bar transgender women from competing in national and inter-club female competitions. In the past 2 years, several sports federations have launched their own studies or changed rules to ban anyone who has gone through male puberty from competing in the female category in an elite level. That's sports news on Signature TV.
We are local.
The international community is observing every...
Just finished the
When the main market is in chaos, people...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to the first interview on tonight's show. Okay, so today we are looking at accountability and leadership, rethinking the future of Nigerian democracy. As Nigeria continues to navigate its democratic journey, the themes of accountability and leadership are more relevant than ever. Our guest, Barrister Aja Peter Obiora, is here to share insights on how these concepts can shape the future of our democracy. We'll explore the current state of accountability in Nigeria, the role of leadership in promoting transparency and good governance, and what many others may call transparency Nigerians can do to demand more from their leaders. So let's go straight into it. What are your thoughts on the current state of accountability in Nigeria? And we'll be having our guests to do justice to that. Hello, Mr. Peter, good evening and welcome to Signature Evening. All right, it's great to have you with us tonight. Now, if you were to respond as a citizen and with your experience with the politics going on in Nigeria,
I can hear you now.
Would you say Nigerian politics are accountable?
I can hear you now. Good evening.
Okay, I'm saying if you were from the view of the citizens and being a Nigerian, you can see how politics is being played in Nigeria. Would you say Nigerian politics are accountable?
And good evening, viewers. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yes, I said, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Please go on. All right, we seem to be having a network challenge with that very one. We'll go for a short break. Please, we'll be right back.
We are local.
The international community is observing every.
Just finished the
When the main market is in chaos, people are.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Sorry for all of that, the network challenge and all of that with the caller. Okay, so we're glad to have you back, Mr. Peter. Please, let's get to know. I was asking you the previous time before network happened to us, with your experience with Nigerian politics, would you say that Nigerian politicians they're accountable, looking at the fact that they're holding a public office, that they have people they're supposed to be accountable to?
Okay, thank you so much. Let me start by thanking you for having me.
Thank you.
Your question is germane, considering the situation we are in the country today, Nigeria stands at a defining moment in its democratic journey, one that demands not just reflection, but a deliberate engineering of how we understand leadership and power and accountability. For anybody to stand up and say, yes, our leaders are accountable, we must also consider the role of the followership, because it's followership that will determine whether the leader will be accountable or not accountable. The situation in the country today, I will not totally blame the leaders, because the followers are not doing what they're supposed to do. It takes two to tango, they say. Once you give a leader total freedom, absolute freedom, of course there's no way he's going to be accountable to you. But once you stand up to your rights, once the followers knows what are the demands, what do they want, somebody who is holding a public office, what are you expecting to get from that person? Once you know that first, then, and you stand up to challenge that person, if that person is not forthcoming, then that is the only time an elected officer will be accountable. We cannot stand up today and say that our leaders are generally accountable. No. Anybody who is saying that in the country today is deceiving himself. However, there are so many places that you consider or you look at, for instance, some states or some places, and you say, yes, these people are living up to the demands of the law, which is to be accountable to the people. But I bet you, as it stands today, we cannot rightly say that our democracy is holding our leaders accountable today. We cannot rightly say so.
Okay, you made mention of the followers. You're giving me the impression that show me a bad leader and I'll show you a bad follower. No. Show me a bad follower and I'll show you a bad leader. You know that saying. That's the impression you're giving to me. But then again, what happens when these leaders are held accountable? They are questioned. They ask questions of demanding. They are demanded to answer questions that will need them to understand what is going on, and these people are not giving the right answers, and these people are not solving the problems that people are complaining about. Are you still going to blame the followers in this case?
Right. Thank you so much. The issue of asking question is not just for asking sake. A follower who demands the leader to be accountable must first of all define how to ask that question. The problem we are having in this part of the world is that we ask wrong questions. We ask wrong questions on sentiment. When a leader is not greasing my palms, I will start criticizing that leader. That is not how to ask questions. But that is exactly what we are having in the country today. And as a result, if a genuine follower decides to ask the right question, those people who felt they are eating from that leader, they will start attacking you. They will attack you as if you are doing the wrong thing, despite the fact that you are even trying to protect their own interest. That is the problem. So as much as I know, in the country today, we need serious enlightenment on the part of the followers. Serious enlightenment on the part of the followers, so that you now know when to criticize and how to criticize. I don't believe that we don't have right to criticize our leaders. We do. But in doing that, we must follow the right path. We must ask the right questions. And if we don't get the right answer, then we'll take the second step to make sure that that person realizes that he's holding that position on trust. That that position is not his birthright, but he's holding that position on trust. So Just as you said, show me a bad leader, then I will show you a bad follower. The same thing the other way around. Show me a bad follower, I will also show you a bad leader. So it must take the two to tango. The two must work together in order to have the right accountability that demand in the country.
All right, so Barrister, let's look at the judiciary. You talked about criticism coming from people, especially when the government is not favoring them, they tend to criticize the government. But let's look at the judiciary. Do you think the judiciary is doing enough to uphold, democracy rather, especially from the politicians? Because it seems politicians do these things and get away with them with the things they do. And the judiciary that would have been the hope of the common man, to fight the cause, are not really doing enough. What's your reaction to that?
Judiciary is not living in isolation. The judiciary is part of the system. You cannot isolate judiciary and say judiciary, whether they are doing enough or they are not doing enough. You see, when we are talking about holding our leaders accountable, it's cut across the entire arms of government, the judiciary, the executive, and even the legislature. Because these three organs are supposed to play these checks and balances. And that is how the only way the government can move ahead. You see, if you single out judiciary and say, are they living up to expectation? Then you will now know that the actions or inactions of the judiciary are somehow being influenced by the executive. Because in this country today, we don't have total independence of the judiciary. That is exactly what it should be. Before you can now say or ask the question whether the judiciary is actually doing what they're supposed to do. If we want the judiciary to work in this country today, the first thing we must advocate, or the first thing we must do, will be to ensure that there is independence of the judiciary. Without that independence, as long as the judiciary continues to rely on the executive for whatever they want to do, in order to live in their house, in order to eat in their house, they depend on them in order to travel or in order to do whatever they want to do. Of course, there's no way you single them out and say they are doing well. Until they have that total dependence, that is when we now say, yes, judiciary is doing well or they are not doing well. And of course, the legislature has a crucial role to play as far as the performance of the judiciary is concerned. Without the legislators doing the right thing, then the judiciary, by giving them that total independence and asking the executive, because the judiciary will continue to lag behind.
All right. I'm still curious to know how, of course, the judiciary is not independent, that many people can attest to, looking at the supports and what have you that they get from the government. But is that supposed to be a yardstick? Are we now giving excuses or making excuses for the judiciary? Is the judiciary not supposed to carry out justice regardless their dependency?
Even Jesus Christ, who came from heaven, the Almighty, has 12 disciples. Amongst the 12 disciples, of course, there is a Judas. Is it not? The same thing is applicable in everything we do. You cannot say, nobody can write off judiciary totally. But I am telling you that judiciary would be to the optimum if they have their independence. But until that judiciary, until they have that total independence, both financial independence and other areas, in every area, how they work, they're independent in their leadership. Until they have it, the bad acts must continue to perpetrate what we consider unethical. So, but that does not mean that we don't have people with integrity in the judiciary. That is not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that for you to fight the Judas within the judiciary, you must give them independence. Otherwise, the executive is influencing the duties, the the mandate, the functions of the judiciary.
Let's look at the lessons that Nigerians can learn. Nigeria as a country can learn from other countries, their democracy, the way they go about their democratic businesses, so to speak, to bring about accountability and integrity and responsibility in their business. Some countries, even when the president misbehaves, at some points he can be sentenced. We've heard and seen cases like that. And also, if you are a politician and your position or your person is questioned, in most countries they resign immediately because they believe in integrity and accountability. What lessons can Nigeria as a country learn from other foreign countries regarding democracy that can be brought to our own country and reshape our country, our political and democratic system?
Thank you. In the first instance, I would like to tell you that for us to grow, for our democracy to grow, there are certain indices, there are certain things that we must imbibe. And the first thing would be to build institutions. If we don't have strong institutions, then the only thing we'll have will be strong rulers. Once we have strong institutions, it is those institutions that will checkmate the excesses of our leaders. It is those institutions that will bring those leaders to account. It is those institutions, and that is exactly what the strong democracies are having in their places. Of course, one of those institutions that we must build will be to have independence of the judiciary, independence of the legislators, of the legislature. Once we have independence of these organs, and we have checks and balances, you will now see that if there is any misbehavior from the executive, of course the legislature will stand in to bring that person to book. And because of that, any member of the executive will try as much as possible to hold himself to account. He won't like anything to tarnish his image. But if all these organs, if they continue to be fused the way they are today, there is no way we will have that type of accountability that we are expecting. So we must create strong institutions. We must have independent judiciary, and then if there is any time the judiciary misbehaves, of course the legislature misbehaves, of course the judiciary will be there to checkmate their excesses.
But Barrister Obiora, I'm concerned with
what we have today.
Barrister Obiora, can you hear me?
Okay.
I'm concerned with your statement. You said we need strong institutions. I'm confused because I think we have institutions that can also be used to implement most of these things. We have the likes of the EFCC, we have the ICPC, we have a couple of institutions, the organizations, that can, put all of these things together. But then again, do you think we are lacking the angle of the willpower to implement these things, this whole structure?
Sorry, before I even go to this very question you asked now, I started by, I said strong institutions. If you don't have this total independence of these organs of government, if they are totally fused the way they are, those institutions you are referring to will definitely remain the instrument of the leader. It will be an instrument in their hands. But if the judiciary is independent, that is the first institution we must have. We have them, but are they independent? Can they function without the directive or dictate of the order? If they can function that way, that is the only time the executive must definitely consider the actions of the legislature in everything they are doing. Let's take it down, close to us. For instance, if you go to local governments, if the councillors cannot speak or cannot impeach a chairman, then can you tell me why the chairman will respect the councillor. It cannot happen. It is through the legislature. They will give those minor institutions or the lower institutions that are under the executive. They are totally under the executive. But if the legislature has a strong oversight on all those institutions, definitely they will have no option than to function. But if they are only
all right.
It takes the two. That is exactly what I mean. So to have that, you must have started from the three major organs of government: the legislature, the judicial. Once there's independence, every other thing will flow.
All right. Thank you so much, Barrister Peter Obiora. It's really been a great time to have this conversation with you and get to understand and learn one or two things going on with government and accountability. Thank you so much for joining us and being part of the show this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right then. Okay, so that's it on this part of the segment of the interview. This is the first interview. We shall be diving into the second part of the interview. Please do stay with us. Don't go nowhere.
We are local.
The international community is observing every.
Just finished taking
When the main market is in chaos, people are.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia, Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Hello, welcome to the second phase of the interview. Today we are looking at Human Rights Day 2025. The theme for this year is Human Rights, Our Everyday Essentials, highlighting the importance of human rights in our daily lives. As we commemorate the 77th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we are reminded that human rights are not just abstract principles, but the fundamental protections that shape our everyday experiences. Our guest today is here to share insights to help us understand on the challenges, from different angles, and of course the possibilities, spotlights on human rights in Nigeria, of course, help us understand more. And it is such an amazing thing to have him with us tonight to discuss this. And our guest is Chiamaka Nnamdi. He is the Assistant Director of Investigation, National Human Rights Commission, ENUGU State.
Thank you for having me.
Wow, such a pleasure to have you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
All right, today, Human Rights Day 2025. Let's look at it, like an overview of it. What has human rights been like in Nigeria? Because when you mention human rights, not many Nigerians, not many, I'm not saying there aren't some, but not many can relate. Some people feel human rights is just a ginger thing, initial gra-gra. And if you express your rights too much, if you speak up, you may be locked up. So many people don't believe in the human right thing because there's still some less privileged, there's still some people that are being abused and they make a noise and they still die and nothing happened to them. So I don't know if you came across one of the cases. I think I'm already going deep into it, but I'm giving you an idea of why I'm saying it seems to so many Nigerians that human rights, talking about human rights, Nigerians are not experiencing human rights. But I would like to get your opinion on that.
Well, there is a great difference between the reality and something someone feels.
Okay.
You may feel that this thing doesn't exist. And it's different from reality. In Nigeria, human rights exist. Because as I'm talking to you now, Nigeria is amongst the grade A status in the observance of human rights.
Grade A?
Yes.
Can you explain that, please?
Grade A means those countries who observe all the tenets of human rights without leaving anyone out of it. So Nigeria is amongst those nations.
Okay.
So we enjoy human rights. Are you surprised?
No, because there are cases of people that if you speak anyhow online, you'll be tracked. If for the abused. I remember one of the stories. I can't remember the very state in the eastern region here where a lady was being abused, and she even went to the police to report. And the abuse went on and she died in the process. These are just the ones that we've been able to see limelight But in reality, it looks like this whole human rights thing, people having people to fight, and it's like it's not as effective as we expect it to be. So when you mentioned that Nigerians among the A-list, it sounds like how?
Well, you just told the story. I'm not conversant with the story.
Okay.
And I cannot report what happens in the police because I'm not a police officer. But I can comfortably tell you that there is one thing we need to understand. For example, if your rights or any of them is abused, what do? Nigeria has a statutory body called the National Human Rights Commission. And when your rights are abused, what do? You report. And that's why I'm a staff there. I'm in investigation department.
Nice.
To investigate the human rights abuses. So when you report, we investigate and address that's seeking redress. So when you don't report, we can't be all the places at the same time. You have to report. It's a statutory body. Today marks 30 years since the establishment of National Human Rights Commission. And people who have reported have positive stories to tell. So I'm amazed when you said, does it really exist? No, I beg to disagree with you. It exists. It's left for you to report.
Okay, I can't remember me saying if it really does exist. Of course, I know it exists.
Yes.
Now, looking at it from the angle of the minds of the people,
yes,
and the complaints, speculations, people are still doubting the effectiveness of the human rights. You understand? So let's look at the effectiveness now. Out of, like, let's say 100 cases, how many cases has the investigation? This is like the end of the year.
Yes.
If you were to give us like some sort of statistics from your unit, like what statistics would you give to us? Because there are still cases where people go to report issues like this, and sometimes they are asked to pay. Example, in the police, we heard of stories where it's either they ask them to pay, bring money for fuel, to drive the car, different challenges, different things coming up, and some of these victims end up just giving up and not believing in the institution.
Okay, just like I said earlier, I cannot talk about the police.
Okay.
Because I'm not a police officer.
No, I'll give an example.
Yes,
your
yes.
unit now.
But in our own,
yeah,
our services are free of charge.
Okay.
National Human Rights Commission was established in Nigeria in 1995 under the regime of late General Sani Abacha.
Okay.
In line with the resolution of the national, international community, the United Nations, that every country should go and establish human rights institutions. So that was when it was established, to address all cases of human rights abuses. And when it was established, it has two major core mandates.
Okay.
Promotion and protection. And since that time, it came into existence, it has been protecting, it has been promoting the human rights of every Nigerian, including non-Nigerians resident in Nigeria. And in 2010, the 1995 Act that established the National Human Rights Commission was amended to give it more powers. And in that amendment, a new thing was added. Enforcement.
Good.
So what we are doing now is part of the promotion.
Yeah.
We are sort of enlightening people on their rights and where they can seek redress. Then you talk about protection. When people report, or there is what we call suo motu, when a staff or anybody, any Nigerian citizen, observes human rights abuses or violations, the person is free to walk into any office of the National Human Rights Commission, because you have 36 states across the 36 offices across the 36 states of the Federation, with headquarters in Abuja, to report. When you report, actions will be taken. Because I would have been very happy if someone would just come up and tell us that he has gone to National Human Rights Commission to report a matter and nothing was done. or that he was extorted, or he was paid to pay money. We are government officials. At the end of every month, government releases money to us to run the office. For example, I'm an investigation officer. If there is a human rights abuse or human rights violation in Nsukka, and the boss minutes a file to me to go and investigate, money is released to me to transport myself to carry out my investigation. So our services are free of charge. So that's the truth of the matter. People will just stay and speculate. You have not reported. Report. Then you have your evidence. And say, I reported, nothing happened. Or I reported and I was told to bring money. So that's the issue. We run a clean administration where people, in fact, our volume of complaints, it is increasing. Because most times, when people come to report, when they are satisfied with the services they got, when they go and see someone who has a similar problem or any other human rights issue, the person will direct the victim to our office. See, I had a similar matter. I had something close to that, and I reported, and they handled the matter very well.
Now, I wish we had something like that in different other sectors, different states, different regions, where if you have a challenge and you report to the right source and it is sorted out, you also recommend to someone else if the person also had something like that. But that seemed to be the challenge. Do you think Nigerians are really aware of their rights? Because till now, not many people are aware of their rights. So many people are intimidated and they're quiet about it because they don't even know their rights. What's your reaction to that?
That's why, first of all, I must thank you people for this program. Because we paid nothing. You invited us. It's part of the sensitization. It's part of the promotion we are talking about. If other TV stations, radio stations, because we don't have money for publicity. We don't have enough for publicity. If they can see it as a service to their country, where they will allocate some time so that we can come to the TV, we can come to the radio and talk about human rights, so that even people in the rural areas will know. Now, there is a project we are doing in collaboration with ENUGU State, the past government of ENUGU State, and when this one come in, the program continued. We call it human rights education. It's a situation where the National Human Rights Commission goes to schools to teach children of their rights and their responsibilities, because you cannot talk about rights without responsibilities. So we teach them their rights, their responsibilities, and what to do when their rights are violated. So we want to catch them young. And further than that, the National Human Rights Commission has transmitted the act establishing the commission into the major local languages in Nigeria. We have it in Yoruba language, we have it in Hausa language, and we have it in Igbo language, because we know that there are some people that cannot read and write. That was why we have that abridged version of our local languages. So it's a continuous thing. We'll continue to sensitize people, we'll continue to educate people, so that every Nigerian, at least, will be aware of your rights and how to seek redress when any of your rights is violated.
All right, so let's talk about the disappointments, that many Nigerians face when they even know their rights and they seem to talk or stand or, talk about it and it is not honored, in quotes. Do you think this is the impact why some people decline to speak up? Because most times when they speak up, they even get threatened in the process. When they try to react, when they know their rights has been trampled on, they are quiet. There are instances where we have the likes of, I'm sorry, I don't have any issues with the police, but this one is always in the eyes of people, where you see young guys, maybe if they braid their hair or they have tattoo, the next minute they want to see their phones, which I know that in different occasions we've heard that it is wrong for people to go through someone's privacy, like your phone and stuff, and it's not supposed to be. This is your right, this is your space, but it's still happening. You get, in most places you still see police people stopping and checking phones, they call it exhibit and stuff. In a case like that, how can you even stand? How can you really, express your rights when you just can't have that right because you're surrounded by people that have weapons and are intimidating?
Okay, in that situation, we have received so many complaints about some security agencies. And what we usually tell people, in a situation like that, if you feel that they are trampling on your rights, it is not advisable that you should confront them.
Yeah.
Do you understand? The best thing you have to do is to try and get the particulars of the police, that particular police officer. When you get the particulars, what do you do next? Come to our office and file your complaint with the particulars. Then we'll take the matter up. We'll take it up with the Commissioner of Police. In fact, the current Commissioner of Police doesn't tolerate nonsense. But if you can get the full particulars, report to us, we'll take it up with the Commissioner of Police, and he will address the situation. It's very, very simple.
It's very simple.
Yes, it's
very simple because you are aware of all of these things. No, I don't think many Nigerians are aware of the steps to follow when they are confronted by things like this. This recent case happened about a child that was abused, and unfortunately, the human rights people that was working on the case, maybe they didn't meet, I don't know what happened, but they did not take the child to the hospital to run a medical routine to check the child up and have evidence of the abuse and what have you. And then somehow they followed the case up, and at the end of the day, there was nothing to show forth, which is a challenge. Not many people are aware of steps to follow when they are victims of certain circumstances, which is why you mentioned promotion.
Yes.
To bring it to their knowledge.
Yes.
Now let's talk about the challenges. As a human rights activist, what are the challenges in Nigeria? Now, not just you, but every other human rights are experiencing when it gets to fighting for the voiceless. And, you mentioned take case to commissioner. There's a commissioner that understands and listens. What if the commissioner does not understand or listen? What do you do? So let's get to know the challenges that you people face.
Okay, before I go into the challenges we face, I would like to address the statement you just made concerning a child that was molested. National Human Rights Commission, we don't do the work alone.
Okay.
We collaborate with so many organizations.
Okay.
Like in the issue of rape and sexual assault, we have ENUGU State Sexual Assault Referral Center.
Okay.
Is owned by ENUGU State government. Before they used to call it Tamasak, but this current administration changed it to ENUGU State SAC. That is ENUGU State Sexual Assault Referral Center. What they do there mostly is, because of our collaboration with them, when we receive any matter that has to do with sexual assault, we get in contact with them because they are highly trained to handle such situation.
Okay.
When we get in contact with them, they would do the needful. Then we'll collaborate and resolve the problem, which includes reporting the matter to the police, getting the police medical form, treating the person before apprehending the alleged culprit. And when we talk about human rights, there are so many non-governmental organizations working on human rights. Do you understand? This one is the only one being owned by federal government of Nigeria. Do you understand? And they are better equipped, and they have the core mandate to handle issues of human rights. But when people come, they lump it together. I reported to human rights. I reported to human rights. Which particular human right did you report the matter to? Do you understand?
Yeah.
So some people register the organizations that they are doing work on human rights. Do you understand? And people just say, I reported to human rights. But which particular human rights
It's just like you generalizing it.
Yes.
Calling the names of those that are really trying their
That's
best.
the thing, because most of these human rights organizations, some of them, they collaborate with us. So when they receive such matters, they refer to our office. But some people, when they receive it, they want to handle it alone. They feel there is glory in handling it without knowing that without collaboration, you cannot achieve much. Because, for example, now, there are some community-based organizations, people who work on human rights in rural areas.
Yeah.
When they get such complaints, they refer to us, knowing fully well that we have the whole machineries in motion to do the work. So, coming to the challenges we face, the major challenge we face is reporting. People don't report. Number two, people report and they don't follow up. Do you understand? For example, if you bring a matter that I violated your right, we cannot indict you because we have not established whether what the complainant, that's what we call the reporter, what the complainant is saying against the respondent. Do you understand? So we need to carry out our investigation. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So when people report and you start an investigation, if there is any need for you to call the complainant to come and clear some issues about what he reported, you will not see him again. They just believe that when you report, you will go and bring that person and kill that person or send that person to prison. It doesn't happen that way now. We are talking about fair hearing. You understand? Because somebody can come and lay a complaint against you when actually you are the victim.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So when you want to dig deep into the matter to find out what actually happened, when you call the person to come, there is a development. This person said what you told was a lie. There are some questions we need to ask you. The person will not come
I
again.
feel like politics is getting into it.
That's it. So when you talk about human rights, fair hearing is part of it. You cannot just report and I will take action. You tell me that a policeman did you this, did you that. No. We have to investigate. So in the process of carrying out the investigation, if we find out anything, when we now call you to come and substantiate your claim, you will not come again. The next thing you said we don't want to do, things are not done that way. You report, you follow up. When you follow up, at the end of the day, we will tell you the details of our investigation. If actually your rights were violated, there are certain things the commission can do. If it was by law enforcement agencies, we take it up with the authority.
Yeah.
If it is by an individual, there is what we call panel of inquiry, where the commission will sit, the governing council will sit and take a decision on the matter. They could award costs and damages. They could even recommend to the Attorney General of the state or of the Federation for prosecution. So these are some of the ways things are being done. So just these few are the major challenges we have. People don't report. People don't follow up. People just drop a complaint. When you call them, who are you? Come and tell us. Now let's know whether the person who reported is a human being or not. The person will not come. So there is no how you just report a matter and we'll just take the matter up and go and bring the other person, police, arrest this person without hearing.
I get that part of it. But
yes.
It's funding also part of the challenges.
Funding.
Yes, because I know you mentioned the federal government having the equipment and the facility to carry out some of these investigations, like the molestation and what have you. I want to believe some private, some NGOs, human rights NGOs, do they have some of the means to carry out their work? Okay. Is funding a challenge too?
No, to us, funding is not a challenge.
Okay.
You understand? Because just like I told you, if a matter comes and if it is assigned to me or to any of our officers, then the person will be given money to go for investigation.
By the company, not the complainant.
No, by the government. Government releases money to us.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you understand?
That's what I'm saying. Your company is an NGO too. It's a private organization.
My company? No, National Human Rights Commission.
Beautiful. So I'm talking about the private ones.
Okay.
Will funding also be a challenge too for them?
Well, for private, I cannot speak for them because I don't know how they run their organization. I can only speak for my office because funding is never our problem. Because if a matter comes...
But I'm sorry to cut in, but with your experience, you know, in the human rights, I don't want to say industry, you know, in that sector, you should have an idea if funding could be a challenge. You know, we are just like we have the private school and the public school.
Yes.
You don't have to be in private school to understand what could be the challenge of a private school.
Okay.
Where I'm driving at is from the angle of, you know, transportation, just like you said. If they don't have a sponsor, like the private and human rights organization, if they don't have a sponsor, a partner, somebody that's funding them and the rest, going about these cases, you know, to fight for the voiceless and the rest of it could be a challenge if they don't have a fund.
Well, let me talk about some organizations I know.
Okay.
Just like I explained to you, there are some community-based organizations. They operate in rural areas.
Okay.
So these people, most times when we organize programs, we have noticed that funding is a challenge to them. So that's why, like I said earlier, what they usually do is when they receive a complaint or when they observe human rights violations, they will contact National Human Rights Commission because they don't, I believe they don't have the funds, you know, to carry out the investigation.
Hence they reach out to you.
Yes, they now reach out to us, knowing fully well that we have the capacity to do the job, including the funding. So that's what they do. Like today we celebrated the 30 years anniversary of the establishment of Human Rights, National Human Rights Commission in Nigeria. Most of them came from the rural areas to join us in the celebration. So from the feeders we are getting from them, some of them use their personal funds to sponsor complainants. You know, most times when like an old woman who lost her husband, and maybe she doesn't have a male child, and the husband's brother wants to take away the whole lands left to her by the husband. So such a person who doesn't have money, who is even mourning for the death of the husband, walks into their office. You believe you me that the person won't have any money to transport herself to our office.
Okay.
So what they do is they now bring the complaint to our office on behalf
of the person.
The victim.
Okay, so this very last question before we wrap it, you know, we have to wrap it, right?
Okay.
So talking about this whole human rights challenge, where do you get these stories the most? Is it from the urban or from the rural? Because we know that the human rights, it seems most of the offices and what have you, they're in urban related areas, you know, where they have access to people going through challenges in these areas. You will find it very difficult to see NGOs in the village, remote areas. So how do people in the remote areas get justice?
Okay. People get justice in the remote areas. For example, last week I was in a place called ENUGU. From ENUGU to ENUGU. It was a one community-based organization that referred a matter to us. They get justice. Do you understand? But we receive complaints of human rights violations more in the urban areas because of proximity.
Okay.
But those in rural areas, you know, they have a traditional system where there is a chief, there is a traditional ruler, where when such matters come up, we have the kindred Omonna. When such matters come up, they usually take such matters to Omonna, to the chief, or to the Igwe, or even the religious leader to seek redress. It's only when it fails they will now look for external body.
Okay, so this is how far I can go. I know I said this is the last one, but I just remember that just in few seconds, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds.
Okay.
What parting shot would you like to share? What would you like to tell people going through abuse, any form of challenge? What would you like to tell them?
Okay, what I want to tell them is that you have to report. If you think you can hide it, you can never hide it. When you report, because Igbo people will always say that when you hide the sickness, it will kill you. But when you report it, there will be solutions. So I urge people to report. The office is open. We are there from Monday to Friday to receive your complaints. Report, and the issue reported about will be handled expeditiously.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you so much. That is Chiemeka Nnamdi. He is the Assistant Director of Investigation, National Human Rights Commission, ENUGU State. It's been an honor to have you. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Coming up next is What's Trending. Please stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
When the meat market is in chaos, people are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello, welcome to What's Trending. Yes, what's up? This is a segment where we look at what's happening on social media. I also get comments, shall I say, reactions from Nigerians, and of course, anybody wherever they are. Okay, a now trending video of a woman bursting into tongues the moment she got engaged has stirred mixed reactions across social media. While some praise it as a heartfelt expression of faith, others dismissed it as over spirituality or mere eye service. To them, no amount of dramatic prayer can prevent a marriage destined for cracks. But what truly lies beneath the public's divided opinions? Shall I say their divided opinions? Is this an inspiring display of gratitude, or are we witnessing a performance shaped by social pressure? Does spirituality guarantee a lasting marriage, or are love, compatibility, and commitment still the real pillars that hold a home? And in a society where everything becomes content, can we even tell where sincerity ends and spectator begins. Let's take a look at the video.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you,
As much as that is very spiritual, I don't know why, I just can't stop laughing when watching that. You know, it's not like your everyday thing. It's not what you see all the time. You know, where you're being engaged to. To many people, many ladies, when they are engaged to, they're supposed to be dramatic. Like, no, what? You know, but we didn't see that. This lady was speaking in tongues. So, while others feel that this is a content, you know, some people feel like she's overdoing it. Like, come on, it's an engagement. It's not like a heavenly appointment, you know. But then again, I feel it's a spiritual engagement. So she's dedicating it spiritually. Only God knows what the tongues were explaining to the heavenly beings. You just never can tell. What if in her spirit world she's saying this engagement, nothing's going to happen to it, just as it has started, that's how it will be till eternity. You never can tell. You know, so sometimes you don't just use the physical eyes to condemn and understand some of these things. But then again, what do I know? Let's check the comment section and see what Nigerians are saying. I just don't want to laugh tonight. Okay, this one is coming from Taiwo. It says, do people know the context here though? This is something else. Alright, well, I have no problem with her kneeling down to accept the ring. My problem is with you calling her a submissive woman. I kid you not. All I see is hypocrisy and unnecessary show-off. If she can display such attitude on camera, she can do things that most of us will be ashamed of doing, even in the private, and still have thousands of reasons to justify her claims. Wow. Okay, Sabi Boy says, it's a foolish thing to be shameful of what is gainful. Wow. It's mostly the single ladies that are lambasting them. Married people don't even have these hot takes. Okay, married people don't even have these hot takes. Okay. I like the fact that, you know, if it's what will gain you, why be ashamed of it, you know? But, okay, Catalyst says, okay, it's a foolish thing to be shameful of what is gainful. And I think that's why many people are getting it wrong, you know. If you are not pretending in your heart of hearts, and you know you have your spiritual inclination, and you know that at this moment the spirit in you is telling you to commit this engagement into the hands of God, you're calling the spiritual forces, you know, only God knows what you're saying. And it will be a thing of foolish for her to be embarrassed of doing what was right at the time. But then again, why would you think, Sabi Boy, that it's only the single people that are lambasting them? Is it out of jealousy? Well, let's look at the next one. It says, when your relationship has more spiritual coverage than MTN. Okay. All right, that was funny. Okay, let's check the next comment. This is coming from Makadi. They've started again. What does speaking in tongues have to do with this? Truly submissive woman. See as the man self stand, feeling himself. Of course, now you feel yourself. You go like, yes, I propose to the right woman. Yes, I'm doing the right thing. I'm at the right place. Of course, every man will feel that way. Okay, so let's check the next comment. And this one is coming from Essence. Says, Make I no catch any of my relatives doing this trash. Women they moose, Misha. Would you rather have a lady that would do this, than to have, a lady that would misbehave, do something else that's embarrassing? You choose what you want to start your married life with. Would you like to start it with someone that's all spiritual conscious, that will pull your marriage together in the Lord, and behave well as a Christian and a role model in the Lord? The choice is yours. Mazi Uche says, people express their emotions in all kinds of ways, and this was definitely one of the most dramatic and intense proposals ever. Emotions were clearly running high. You never can tell. What if she had the inspiration that today your man will propose to you, and a part of her was doubting it, and she opened her eyes to see that it was a reality, and she couldn't help it but to speak, this thing now. Let's check the next comment. And the next comment here is coming from Caleb. It says, 90% of women within this world are very, very male-centered. Nothing dey their head. Now only man from morning to night. Wow. A lot of honor go do this if it comes to this. Just make camera no day. On a like marriage pass on a life. All this on an online fooling, no they move me. Wow. Come on, this is very, very, this is a personal opinion, okay? But could it be true that 90% of women, all they have in their head is man, morning and night? I don't think so. I beg to differ. But then again, that's Caleb's opinion. But that's for him. All right. Oh, now I know why I'm still single. Girl, you're not praying enough to get your husband to you. All right, so content butterfly, maybe you should, go back on your knees and do some kabashing. You never can tell. There may just be a proposal the next day. All right, and your man will be feeling you as you're speaking in tongues. Wolf Coin says, people will come for her, but in my opinion, she's doing what makes her happy, and what she's convinced will make her marriage happy. And that's what matters most. I mean, others that married the normal way, no really they get happy marriages. So who are they to criticize her? That's another thought too. Those that supposedly married the right way, got engaged the normal way. It's not like it's so better. So if this is how it works for her, why criticize her? Allow her to do her thing and, be best for herself. Right? Nice. Let's check the next comment. This is coming from Jazz Own. LOL. Everyone should do whatever makes them happy. Sister, when it reaches your turn and you feel like flying, please borrow wings from Red Bull and fly away. Nothing concerns me. After all, it's their marriage. I just hope they remain happy, God-fearing, and healthy. Congratulations. If you reach your turn, they frown. But this is what best she can do for herself. So at the end of the day, it's a personal thing. Marriage at the end of the day is a personal thing. You'll be the one in the shoes. You'll be the one to face it, to experience it. So if it works for you that way, then so be it. Manuela says, the man is supposed to be in the position she is. What's wrong with this woman? Wow. Oh my goodness. Well, it's their thing. Ola Daniel says, beautiful scene, but the speaking in tongues wasn't needed, although we cannot tell anyone what to do. What makes you think the speaking in tongues wasn't needed? She was expressing her heavenly rights. She was experiencing her spiritual freedom. So you allow her to do it the way that works for her. But then that's your opinion. Many people will feel it's not needed. Well, it's their life, their marriage. The Kings, some of you would want to condemn her, but I have never seen a better virtuous woman than this. Okay. FX Queen says, waiting the guy they feel like, if it follow, I'm kneel down. That came to mind too. Your woman is kneeling down and kabashing, speaking in tongues. Come on, guy. Come on. Come on. Kneel down and pray. Hold hands. And when you're done, you can still stand up and place the ring. That's how far we can go on this edition of What's Trending. It's been an amazing night with you. Thank you so much for being part of the program. People's Forum will come your way tomorrow, okay, from 8:30 p.m. to 9 o'clock. My name is Christopher Lele. Have yourself a good night.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is,